welcome to Emerald Lady Kitten Raven. How are all of you guys doing? There we go. Hi, dude. Just as I walk in, thank you, Rana, for the resub. Not nearly enough money frogs dropped for you. That's a very cute, crazy frog, though. I like him. Oh, hi. Oh, you're Eepy. Oh, go ahead, Eepy. Thank you about the endless. They've been here. Oh, holiday readings we've been doing. I'm very proud of that. I also wanted to say hi, Renerick. Hi, Adon. Hi, Divad. Welcome in. Oh, and there's Cage. Hi, Cage. You comfy little frog. I yelp as I yawn there. Early yawns. Jeez. Not good. But hello everybody. I hope we're all having a good day, even if we're maybe EP like I might maybe be a little bit. Hopefully I'm not EP in a minute. We are reading more of our book as we have been doing. I'm excited. We've got 3 stories left. I expect we'll get to maybe 2 of them. The thick ones at the end here. They're the big ones. I'm going to be determined to get through these 2. We'll take breaks, but hopefully I won't be as distracted. And so it will go slowly. Oh no, my yawns are bad. Is that okay? What the heck? Okay, it is okay. I am excited to get to this one. We're gonna do the regular, triggers in between stories, but also I'll do like breaks in the middle of these long boys, so that we get a good time to get more triggers, take a breath, and da-da-da. Oh my god, I can't stop. Raven John counter is out the window already. Oh no. Did I have something else I was gonna say? Oh no. It's bread. We're on bread mode. It's gotta be gingerbread though, so that it's festive, I guess. It's gingerbread in here, that's all. That's all there is in there. No brain. No brain, no thought. Just gingerbread. Okay. I will send the illustration. I'll put up the I will send the illustration. I will put up the title, and it's a very silly little illustration I'm very excited about. But yeah, I guess we'll get going. No more. Nice and cute gnomes. Doro gnomes. I haven't can't join this yet, but I'll be home. You don't have to tell me. It's so sweet that you're like, hi, I'll be here soon. Brace yourselves. But like, you don't have a requirement to come in here. Oh, I'm gonna finish my thought. You don't have to tell me. I don't keep attendance. This is why I say that, so that you guys don't feel like you have to show up just because you're often here or something. You don't have to. You don't have to tell me. You don't have to make excuses. You can be gone. You look after you. Enjoy yourself. Yes, you may want to show up, but you don't have to be like, I'm sorry, I can't make it. I've let you down. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. So, yeah. Hello, Raiders. Hi. Magic Couple Gaming. Cute. Welcome in. Hi. Welcome. You say you're a writing raid? Were you writing before this? Even though your name says you do the gaming. Hey, let me stop moving everything. Yeah. Oh, everything's moving. I'm not very good at this. But hi, thank you for the raid. Come get cozy. What were you writing? If you were indeed doing a reading writing, I can't seem to find anything. We were doing a little productivity stream. Altair was working on a story, and Arya was playing Fields of Mysteria. Well, somebody recently referenced that, or I saw something about that, so probably someone in my chat will be like, cool. I, however, know nothing. But I'm glad you got to get some working done. Yay. We'll get cozy, disappear if you have to. Cause, after stream, you may need to go do things. Yep, there you go. One of them doing that thing. What was it? Couldn't help it. I had to come boop the snoot and bonk a goose. I'm kinda annoyed that I'm getting home so late tonight. Yeah. Similar vibe to Stardew. Ooh, I'm aware of Stardew more. I do have an image in my head that's probably still wrong. But okay. Yeah, alright. Cool. Well, yeah, get cozy. Here we go. We are reading Welcome to Christmas, California, I assume, by Kiersten White. It's comma C-A. I don't think... I mean, it makes sense, especially with the first sentence, that this is indeed Christmas, California. It's pretty much Stardew with an 80s anime aesthetic and more refined mechanics. You think I know what this means? No. Anime aesthetic and refined mechanics. I'm getting a little bit more. Confirming if I'm even thinking of the right game when you say Stardew. That is yet to be determined. But anyway, look at the illustration in the Discord. It's freaking penguins. It's penguins. Penguins. I like penguins. Look at them. And it's because the top of their heads is black, and usually people denote eyes with black. They got the white eyes, so they look all creepy little. It's cute. I like. Okay. Here we go. I'm reading. If you do a search for U.S. cities named Christmas, which get a life, weirdo. Why are you yelling at me, book? You're the one that's doing this. I'm not. Freaking heck. Oh wait, lost the chat. I've been thinking of picking it up. A friend of mine is addicted. But yeah, we're going to get set for tonight. But we hope you have a fun story day. Yeah. Thank you very much. Get your stuffs done. Have a good night. Eat well. We're gonna back up because of my brain. If you do a search for U.S. cities named Christmas, which get a life, weirdo. The book says, I do not. Rude little book. You'll get 5 main results. Arizona, Florida, Kentucky, Michigan, and Mississippi each had someone who decided, hey, let's name our city after Christmas because then it'll be Christmas year round. Yay. If you ever stumble across one of their graves, you are obligated to spit on it because, honestly, wow, really mean book. This story is like immediately fuck you and fuck them and fuck everybody, and I'm like, whoa. This is a Christmas book, sir. But I guess I kind of should have anticipated this with those soulless eye penguins. Creepy little penguins. Ooh. Shut up, Adon. Yeah, I'm very glad that they popped over. Hi, Pudgy. Okay. However, on the I-15 between the glittering cityscape of Barstow and the stunning metropolis of Baker, I think those are supposed to be sarcastic, but I don't really know. There's a crumbling freeway exit. Yeah, okay, yeah, then it's not good. That's so small and depressing, even Google doesn't know about it. And here, cradled in the bosom of the ugly brown desert, is my home, Christmas, California. And I'm going to interrupt here. If this is an author that was like, where can I find some Christmas towns? And they're like, oh, Google doesn't know about it, but hand maps do. I'm going to guess it's a paper town. Have you heard of paper towns? It's Map Maker's little copyright trick. And so maybe someone made it up. Anyway. Yeah, it's a penguin. Penguin's hat is good. Just probably going to say I have an extra crisis scheduled for 10 minutes from now. Well, good luck with that. That feels... I don't know if it is one of the things that the Grinch says that he has in his schedule, but if it is, I wanted to say, don't forget, don't cancel on yourself dinner. You can't cancel on yourself again. Go have dinner with yourself. That bit. Good luck with the existential crisis. We will see you now or later or whenever. It's okay, Pudgy. Okay. Oh my gosh. Dropped frames, you little shit, when I was saying my nice things to Pudgy. Screw you, internet. My internet's got me now. And we have experienced before that if I yell at it, it usually cooperates after. So what the fuck are you doing, KBBS little thingy? KBPS. Focus. You hear me now? Good. Oh, it's dropping again. Oh no, here we go. Okay, here it's coming back up. Oh, that's a lot of those. It's just like... It's a piece of crap. It used to be that it was steady, you know? 5K. 5K-ish. 5K-ish. But now it's like it dips way down to 0 and it bops way up to apparently 10K for a moment. Like a little piece of shit. Ruining my bitrate. Dropping all my frames. Fuck you, internets. Get your shit together. We only been streaming for 18 minutes and you're already this problematic. Get your shit together. What the fuck is wrong with you? Snack up. Okay. It should cooperate now because I yelled at it, but we'll see. Make sure to yell at my internet. Everybody yell at my internet. Maybe it'll work then. I don't know. Hopefully. You can hear me now again, right? I didn't disappear. Saying I'm still unstable on Twitch. Yeah, oh, I dropped again. Right, when I looked at the book. Oh, Contutor, are you jealous of book? Because I've been reading from books so much, and I haven't been reading from Contutor. Oh, no. It's just a jealous little screen. That's what it is. Shame did not work. Because shame never really works. But it's 'cause you're jealous. You're used to me reading all my folk tales and my SCPs from the screen. You're jealous. Well, listen up, Contutor. After we finish the book, which is tonight and half of tomorrow, I am gonna read from the screen. And I have to Google a whole heckin' bunch. Oh no, it's wibbling. Oh no. Oh no. Ah! It's hovering. Oh no, wait. It's recovering. Okay, that's good. What the hell? Contutor. Why you do this? Okay, things seem happy now, but it's still freaking rude, right? Okay, do we think we trust the internet for me to get back to reading, or is it gonna, do you think it's gonna drop the second I look back at the book? Because I haven't looked at the book yet. I still have my finger at the page. I mostly closed it. Do we have anybody that says spend more attention on the computer so that it doesn't throw a hissy fit? Or do we have, okay, I think it's cooperating. I think we can read again. These are your options. What will computer get upset about? That's it. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Well, none of you are saying nothing. But I think I want to try. It's still doing this wibbly thing. Where it's still in its green, but it's like this less vibrant green that it's kind of its warning. Like, oh, we don't actually know how reliable we are as an internet. But check in soon. It's unclear. Okay. Nobody do anything. Too rash. Slow movements. We can't upset the internet. Computers all pouty. Okay. Alright. Google doesn't even know about it. Slow. Yeah. Carefully. Slowly. Balls? Why do you yell balls at me? What the hell? Oh. As soon as you said that, it did another little ooh, but not much. It just did a little blue blue. Not a big one. So you gotta be gentle tonight, Lahonk. Please curb your chaos, or else you will be asking my computer to drop frames and just kill stream. So be gentle. Yeah, all the loves, please. There. Yeah, good. Okay. Okay, Christmas, California. It's a desert. It's a teeny town. Nobody knows it. All right. Technically, it's not a city. It's not even a town. It's a census-designated place. Well then. Where are you from, Maria? I'll be asked someday. Okay, so our name's Maria, and we're pretty mean. Just gonna say it. Where are you from, Maria? I'll be asked someday, and I'll be able to say with utter accuracy, just someplace. Christmas is slipping into a pit of obsolescence. The town or the holiday? Definitely not the holiday. It's only getting worse. Oh my god. That pit would be the local boron mine. My brain broke. Boron mine. Where 50 workers literally squeeze their living from rocks. Are they wringing it out like lemons? What the heck? The way you say squeeze, I'm like, what? Seriously? Is that how you do? Is that how you mine boron? That would be silly. I want to see that now. Computer will be Googling later. Oh, I saw you do your little... Oh, she's not looking at me. We'll be Googling boron mining later. Does that make you happy, computer, and your freaking high maintenance nonsense? Okay. I didn't mean it. Don't flibble. Don't wibble. I didn't mean it. Your very reasonable requests. Okay. It's back. Okay. Someday the boron will run out and our census-designated place will finally be allowed to die. As I sit in the passenger side of my mom's boyfriend's 18-year-old Chevy Nova, the December sunshine coldly brilliant, I pray that day comes soon. It's a 45-minute drive from the nearest high school, which means I get an hour and a half of quality time with Rick every day, I guess mom's boyfriend. Our script. Maria enters the car. Rick removes a tape from the deck, then puts in one of 2 cassette tapes, Johnny Cash or Hank Williams. That should have been a semicolon. How was your day? Rick asks. Fine, Maria answers. Homework? Doing it now. Repeat every day for the last 3.5 years. Today, as we pull off the highway and onto the bustling main strip, a car repair shop, a gas station, a series of of slumping duplexes and the Christmas cafe, Rick breaks script. Don't improv. Paloma found a new cook. I narrow my eyes suspiciously at the dull brick exterior of the Christmas cafe, which isn't a cafe at all. It's a diner, but the Christmas diner isn't alliterative, and saints forbid anything about the place not be ridiculous. I mean, it's called Christmas. It's gotta be. Ted, the last cook, died last week. He'd worked here since it was opened 30 years ago by Rick's mom. Dottie lives in a retirement home in Florida. A diner? I thought you don't know what a diner is? Oh, it featured heavily in last night's stream too. Okay, so imagine home-style meals, very grandma cooks or Aunt Betty down the road, very whatever, very America though still vibe, at a restaurant. And most often a diner has decor of around the 50s to maybe 60s vibe, and then sometimes 70s, 80s, but then like a lot of times if it's a diner advertised with that name, it's got that kind of energy. Or because I referenced one of the movies a bit ago, the place where Bella and her dad eat in Twilight, that's very diner vibes. It's got the ruffles on the edges of the apron on the waitress. It's there's two broke girls. They work in a diner. It looked like diner, but it's just like comfy foods, and they always have pie. A proper diner usually has got pie. A good diner has the best pie, kind of thing. Anyway, it's okay to miss streams. I'm just saying that, like, oh, we just talked about diners, and we were like, oh, a diner. Anyway, just go to the Timken shop, innit? Yeah, you just go to the chip shop. Hello, Destroyer69. That's them. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. You get a dancey of some sort, and I'm trying to decide. Yeah, I think for 69, I gotta give you a little frog wiggling his butt. That works. British. Sus. Yes, we know Adon is Brit. Okay, but now, back to story. Mom's boyfriend's mom owns this diner, I guess. Or opened the diner 30 years ago. And I guess their last cook passed away. Why does my frog have to be crying with that pickle? I don't particularly like that little pickle showing up, but if that pickle's gonna show up, my frog should be happy. Give a happy frog when you do things with the frogs. Consent matters. We've been having this little shout a little bit. You haven't been here for it, on, so it's fine. But maybe do a bouncy. Do this guy with the pickle. I mean, he looks into it. I like that better. We don't need to be cry. Sorry, I'll never do it again. You scare me. Good. No, always good. Just yeah. Let's do consenting frogs, please. Okay, so at the diner. God damn it! My internet saw that I lost the bookmark and was fiddling with the book, was giving it a bunch of attention, even though I was talking to you guys. It was like, but they're talking to you. You should be looking at me. Listen, computer. You're not my whole life. You're the vast majority of my life. Oh, that's so silly. Do you see how that was blocked? Oh, did I allow it? I didn't mean to do nothing. Oh my gosh, you fiddle again. Two breaths, Raven. Two breaths. Okay, so listen. My interwebs did its bullshit again, and I was laughing at that because it's being persnickety. But then I was giggling and I have allowed it. But for whatever reason, the space between those two emotes was what was flagged by the auto mod. It was like, what? I don't even know. Maybe Frau Ghosty? I don't know how, like, what? You allowed it. But what was it flagging? It just flagged the little space between. What was so illegal? Is it that it's bounce and vibrate? Is that it? I don't know. What's going on? Oh my gosh. You're all good, Adon. Don't worry. I'm just lost as to what the... Oh my gosh, and we dip again. I'm looking straight at you, computer. You can't be this mean. Oh my gosh. Internet. Why are you so mean, Internet? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Oh, I see it lagging that hard. I know. It goes to 0, it goes to 13k, it goes to 0, it goes to 1300, it goes to 0, it goes back to normal, 5k. What the fuck is going on with my goddamn internet? Hello, Mick. Aw, thank you. I was like, is that raccoon holding a pumpkin? What is this? Oh no, it's a ferret, and a pumpkin with a face? No. Who is the little buddy with that little ferret guy? Who is that? Or is that not a ferret? Is it a I cannot tell. Remember. Anyway. Hi. I hope my internet's cooperating. This is mean. This is very mean of my internet. And I'm not sure what to do about it. It's very clearly, I'm not lagging because I'm running too many things. It is my internet that is being this way. And what can I do to fix that shit? I don't know. Coca-Cola will fix it? What do you mean? What? Also, I guess, I think you hear me. Ah! Oh, wait! Nani, hello! Thank you for that resub! Oh my goodness! Money frogs! I put in a bunch because I got overexcited. Hi! I'm doing okay, but obviously my internet is not having a very good day. Doing all the dippity-droppity nonsense. What the hell is wrong with you, internet? So rude. So rude. Don't you try Wibble right now. Don't you do that. Where was I even doing? Oh, we're gonna do humming after the next break, unless everything goes bad. Where was? It do, I think. Everybody bonked my internet. Maybe if we hit it enough times, it'll cooperate. Like the fawns bonk. That kind of bonk. I'm hoping that it cooperates. I don't know what to do about it if it does this nonsense again, though. Raven needs to, I guess, maybe try and figure out different internet stuff. So I don't know these things. Ugh. Yay! All the bonks. Look at all those bonks. Oh, a bunch of bonks. Oh, they're cute. Alright. Oh, it dipped again. Just as I'm looking at the box. I'm going to make a bunch of weird noises tonight. I get the feeling because of all the lagging. Looks like it's gone back up, but that means that you guys are just dealing with the lag right now. Yep, there it is. Because of the delay between when I have it and when it goes out, and it's especially bad whenever there's wibbles, when it does a big drop like that, I have to wait extra long to see when it'll do its nonsense. I would very much like to be able to do my streaming effectively with no technical issues that get in the way. Like, it would be so nice if I got to do gaming because I could physically manage gaming with my computer. And it would be really great if my Wi-Fi wasn't a dick. And yet here we are. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I'll do that, Chairman. Oh, and then it's gonna dip, and I don't get to go back to reading like I was about to do. I have to wait a bit, because it's doing its nonsense. You're so mean, computer. Thank you for hug. I guess I needed it. Okay. Nope, it dipped. Oh my gosh. I get the feeling I should not be trying to read tonight, because it's just being a meanie. It's so mean. And it's not like restarting my stream will fix it, because it has nothing to do with what I am doing. It has everything to do with my internet consistency. And I don't know what to do to fix that. It is quote unquote working. It's just not consistent. And why the hell not? I don't know. Alright. Okay. Nope. Another dip. Alright. One more dip before I can manage to read, and I'm out. I can't do this. You wish I could take your Wi-Fi? I think I wish too. This is getting ridiculous. Alright. It's back up and is dropping low, but it's come back. If it went to 0, I was gonna rage quit, but it didn't go to 0. It knew it's been called out. You little shit Wi-Fi. We're gonna try and read again. Where were we? Oh, just a page into this, but we're Maria. We have a lot of attitude, apparently, because we called our readers losers right off the bat. And then we're living in teeny tiny Christmas. They do boron mining, and if the mine closes, then there'll be finally no more people there, and the town will be able to die finally, because it's not even a town. It's a consensus taking place, really. It's not even a town. We get rides to school from Rick, Mom's boyfriend, and we're talking about, with Rick, the new cook at the cafe, which his mom started 30 years ago. He said, Ted, the last cook, died last week. He'd worked here since it was opened 30 years ago by Rick's mom. Dottie lives in a retirement home in Florida. Even though my mom has been with Rick for 8 years, Dottie still refers to her as that nice Mexican. Oh, okay. What fun. That nice Mexican runs the diner, covers the ordering, keeps track of the accounting, forces her daughter to work for tips alone, basically does everything Dottie is too busy being retired to bother with. She also works full-time at the mine with Rick. Damn. So our mom is doing a lot of work. Keeping that restaurant, the cafe, really a diner, operating and doing all that stuff. And then us, Maria, has to do that work. But wow. I keep trying to feel sad about Ted, but we barely knew each other, even after 3 years of working together. That was the last cook. Still, it'll be strange not having him there. He was more of a fixture than a person. Like if I walked in and the freezer was just gone. Another reason I need to get out of here before I become stuck like Ted, stuck like Rick, stuck like my mom. Everyone here is miserable, and we're all just punching our time cards until we die. You're a pile of sunshine, Maria. Wow. Or in my case, until May when I graduate and leave Christmas forever. The story breaks, and Rick drops me off in front of the duplex, then heads straight for the late shift at the mine. They actually let me take the car when I turned 16, but I got in 2 accidents, both my fault. So it's still cheaper for Rick to drive me than for them to insure me. Cheaper trumps all. I unlock the door and enter the dim, chilly stairwell. My mom doesn't believe in heating. It's a belief strongly supported by Rick. I mean, in California, in the desert. During the winter, it's colder inside than it is outside. I shrug into the jacket that I leave by the door, check the mail, always neatly divided into the Sanchez and the Miller piles, and climb upstairs to the kitchen. The fridge is plastered with so many years of my report cards they formed a sort of wallpaper. I push past the milk labeled Rick, the yogurt labeled Rick, the eggs labeled Rick, and find a small container of unlabeled leftover turkey. Why does he have all this food labeled when they've been together for 8 years? You're a family at this point, are you not? Cohabitate. Share. Why are you doing that? Unless he's got some bad allergy or something like that, or if somebody's got a big allergy, then I guess makes sense. Never mind. Ignore me. I'm not giving you chimkin burger. I have none. We don't even know what they cook, although normal burgers probably expected at a diner and such. We'll see if we see. Right, we took the turkey. It has the flavor and consistency of cardboard. I scoop it into the trash. Still hungry. Usually our fridge is packed with cast-offs from the diner, but with it out of commission since Ted died, actual food has been scarce. My mom hasn't cooked a meal in years. Never thought I'd miss Ted moderately edible Dixon's culinary stylings. Okay, so no wonder we're not getting too much and doing too well with the diner. We had a bad cook. My mom used to cook. Before Christmas, we hopped around, sometimes living with relatives, sometimes on our own. No matter how small our kitchen, though, she made it work. She'd spend hours putting together tamales, dancing and spinning stories in musical Spanish. She's different in Spanish than she is in English. Warmer, happier, funnier. Mine. English, Mom, began when we came to Christmas. She got a job here as the site administrator, a fancy name for a secretary who has to do everything. We lived in a little trailer right at the mine site. Then she got a second job managing the diner. Cute, and she and Rick started dating. And it wasn't just the 2 of us anymore. One of these days, she'll show up with her own Rick label right across her forehead. Okay, I see why we're so sassy. But he's not stealing you or stealing her from you. It's, I will still say that the labels in the fridge are weird. Anyway. Fridge possibilities exhausted, I head over to the diner to make sure our schedules haven't changed and to get something to eat. There's a dented minivan in the parking lot, several car seats inside, luggage strapped to the top. Bad news. The door opens with a rusted jingle and an animatronic Santa insults my moral virtue 3 times. That's not what he's doing. Wow, you're cynical and mean. Ho, ho, ho. Yeah, it's a bad joke. A train wreck overhead circles the entire room. A train track, sorry. Profane. A train track overhead circles the entire room. A dusty Polar Express forever stalled on the verge of reaching the North Pole. Every surface not reserved for eating is covered in holiday kitsch. Glittery styrofoam snowflakes, empty boxes covered in sun-bleached wrapping, twinkle lights with one strand always blinking out of sync, stockings with hot glue stains revealing where pom-poms used to be, and a stuffed deer head, red bulb nose, long dead, and antlers strung with limp tinsel. As if that weren't freak show enough, from the ledge above the kitchen door, a sinister elf gazes malevolently down, its head cocked at a horrible movie angle. Creepy. A year ago, I stuck a tiny knife in its hand. No one has noticed. He's an angry little elf. I look for the other waitress, Candy. She covers mornings and early afternoon, while I do afternoon and evening. But she's not here, and I was right about the minivan. The corner booth is a pending full mop situation. So we're expecting to need mop soon. It's going to be big clean soon. A harried-looking woman wears a pair of sunglasses with only one lens. She's bouncing a screaming infant on her lap. A toddler climbs on top of the table in spite of the mother's cautions, while a middling-sized one whines and a bigger one pouts. She sees me, a combination of hopelessness and annoyance warring on her tired face. Good luck. We've been here 5 minutes with no sign of a waitress. I freeze. If I back out now, I can leave. I'm not scheduled for work. Oh, no. Oh, no. The bell at the window rings. Tenv was short, like me, so he never used the order window. We always had to go into the kitchen to get it. Order up, a cheery tenor calls. The woman sees my reaction and narrows her eyes. I work here. You had to admit it, didn't you, Maria? Be right back with menus. Thanks. Her voice is tight. I approach the window and find a miniature... where was I? I find a miniature box of Cheerios, 3 kids' cups of chocolate milk, 1 large Coke, and a deep dish filled with baked macaroni. I leaned forward, breathing in, and... wow. I'm not huge on pasta, but this smells like comfort smothered in cheese. Oh, we like this new cook, I think. There's a breadcrumb layer on top that's baked a perfect golden brown. The whole thing is still steaming. I get on my tiptoes, but my view into the kitchen is limited. Hey, I work here. Who is this order for? Table 2, the voice calls. I look out to double check. There's no one else in the restaurant, just the crazy family. She said no one has taken her order yet. Is Candy back there? It's for table 2. Okay, so is this someone somehow like magically knowing what people need and cooking all magically? Because that would be cool. That would be very fun. Who are you? You know, detached voice yelling out. Also, how do you know the table number so fast? Pasta la vista, because I'm taking that deep dish for real. Very fair. All right. Frowning, I walk the tray over. Here's your food. The woman huffs in exasperation, prying her hair out of the baby's fist. No, we haven't ordered. Can we... Wait. What is that? I'm already swinging the tray away, but I pause mid-action. I think it's baked macaroni. Do you at least want the drinks? No charge. The woman pushes her glasses up on her head, finally noticing the missing lens. She really didn't notice until then? Oh no. Her laugh surprises me. It rings through the room. Well, that's embarrassing and shows you what kind of birthday I'm having. You know, the oddest thing, but this macaroni looks and smells exactly like what my mom used to make for us on our birthdays. It is magic! I'm calling it. It's magic. This is what she wanted for her birthday, because it's what her grandma used to make for... It's what her mom used to make for her birthday, so obviously that's what this is. All right. Grandma? The oldest child asks, perking up. The mom's face softens. Yeah. She touches the edge of the pale yellow dish. This even looks like one of her baking dishes. That's so strange. You know what? We want this. How the hell did you even... What the heck? Why did you censor magic? Is there something I don't know about? Is there something I don't know? Okay, focus. Focus right. You know what? We want this. Yeah? I ask, confused. Yes, if we could get some plates. Of course. I rush behind the counter and grab 4 plates and silverware sets. The mom is in the middle of telling me some story about a birthday treasure hunt. Everyone has calmed down. The older ones have stopped whining. The baby is eating the Cheerios, and the toddler is satisfied with his chocolate milk. The mom looks about 10 years younger than she did when I walked in here. Can I get you anything else? She gives me a happy shake of her head. This is perfect, thanks. I retreat, relieved but puzzled. Why did the new cook make that? Maybe someone else was here? I push through the door to ask what's going on, and then I'm grateful my mouth is already open. Otherwise, I couldn't have covered my jaw drop. Oh no. Oh, we're having some fun. Because the new cook is not some paunched 60-something chain-smoking deadbeat. He's tall. Oh, this is our love interest. I was gonna guess when, as soon as like it was a tenor, I'm like, okay, we are Maria, and that is a that. So this is probably... Oh no, did we have a break? My bit rate and stuff says that I'm unstable. No! No! I pout. How much did you miss? Tell me, Adon, what did you miss? What did you hear before it got weird? It was a second. I heard you, Queen. Oh, so you heard everything? It was fine? Okay, good. I don't like it when it does that. Okay. Okay, thank you. I was gonna say that when we heard tenor, when we read tenor voice, I was like, that's a dude. We're Maria. This is probably how this is gonna go. Oh, and it's dropping again. Like the little shit it is. Listen here, computer. Don't make me hurt you. Except my computer would then be, no, it's not me. I'm only working with what you're giving me. Yell at the router. Yell at the router. Then I'd have to stomp over to the router and yell at them. They're too far away. I don't want to. Okay. He's a tenor. He's magic, clearly. This is our love interest. Brace yourselves for whatever holiday nonsense. Stop that. Thank you to... You little shit. I don't know what that exactly means. I'm just rambling. And it's dropping again. Jesus. Christ is born today. No, it's not Christmas. I don't know. Wow, it's really not wanting to stay. It's really not wanting to stay right now. Oh, no. Oh no. Wow, 12K? And back down to 3. And 5? Okay. Hmm. Okay, brace yourselves. I was saying that we should brace ourselves for the kissy book moments here. This is our love interest. Almost 1,000%. This is our love interest. I haven't even read this bit, but I saw dark eyebrows and 20-something or something like that. So, here we go. If Wi-Fi will cooperate. Okay, so we were saying the new cook is not some paunched 60-something chain-smoking deadbeat, which I guess we can assume means that that's what Ted was. He's tall, a ridiculous chef's hat making him even taller, lean with shoulders slanting inward so he seems to take up less space than he really does, thick, dark eyebrows. There's a single line between them that should make him look like a worrier, but there's something inherently pleasant about his face. Maybe it's the way his nose has the slightest off-center curve, like it was broken into a sideways smile. Oh, and he's not old. Maybe 20 tops. Oh, and he's not unattractive. Yeah, I know where we're going with this. Okay. Hi! He looks up from something boiling on the range, and there, when he smiles, his whole face lights up. It's like his other expressions are placeholders. I realize I'm beaming back. I tame my own mouth so I don't look like a total idiot. Hey, so you're the new cook? Oof, yes, ask the guy cooking if he's the new cook. Yeah, isn't this place amazing? Oh, wow, and we're so pouty, and he's so bright and cheery and bubbly. Oh, goodness. It's really black cat golden retriever energies, isn't it? Hi, Scooby Bobby. My internet is gonna keep dipping tonight, apparently, so just be aware of at least visual lagging, and tell me if there's audible stuffs that go wrong, in case you guys miss any piece of story. Okay, so she's asked, "You're the new cook?" Yeah, isn't this place amazing? There was no sarcasm in that statement. I'm confused. He laughs. I couldn't believe my luck when they hired me. Maybe I don't know him well enough to understand when he's joking. Surely he's not sincere. He removes the pot from the stove, wipes his hands dry, and then holds one out to me. I'm Ben. Maria. His hand is big, but not in a meaty sort of way. I let go before he does, self-conscious. I don't know what I look like right now. I didn't bother checking myself in a mirror before coming over because, again, this is not what I expected to find. Yep, this is our guy. I see your redeems. I'm working on it. I feel like you should allow me to shrimp a little bit today with the Wi-Fi pissing me off as it has, but fine. Now, what do we do? Check in on all that. And hydrate. Water. Me yelling at my water again. Okay, we did those. Raven, you would scare Melania. I would scare someone, and I would scare Melania, who's Melania. I'm sorry, I'm scaring them, unless they are bad. In which case, take that. Ha ha ha. Okay. Okay, good. Alright, so we're all self-conscious, because he's pretty, oh no. Ben. New dish. Frog head. What do you mean? Don't you dare. None of this. None of this. Don't go trying to be cannibals, you little shits. Okay. Yes, Thank you, Dawn. Okay. There must be something wrong with him, like seriously wrong. It's the only explanation for why he would consider himself lucky for getting this job. The front door jingles as Santa insults another customer. He's not insulting! Santa is not calling them home! He is laughing. He's going, ho, ho, ho. Everybody misunderstands in this story. Or at least Maria misunderstands. Ben probably gets it. Ben's cheery as fuck. Ben's on board. Ben gets it. But Maria, us, we seem to really assume that Santa's insulted. Why? Why? Do we not know how to spell? It's spelled very different from the insult. I don't understand. Okay. Okay. Ben returns to whatever he's making, for no one apparently, and I walk out and scan the restaurant. It's still empty except for the family, who seem to be having a great time. After checking to make sure their drinks are filled, I go back to Ben. I lean as casually as I can manage against the counter, but the kitchen is weird now. No comforting sameness. Ben has transformed it into an unknown quantity. Okay. 2 little notes on this little... Oh, hello! Whoa, put this away. Hi, the one Gam. Welcome. Thank you for that. And I see you say hamburger. We are at a diner in this story. I guess the hamburger is relevant. But here's some money, Frogs. Thank you for the resub. Thank you. Freaking yawns attacking me. I'm attacked. Okay. I'm just going to take a second to critique this little moment in the story. I'm sorry, Kiersten White. I'm just a little bit lost. Wait, where was I? Oh, sorry, that was maybe loud sudden. So it says, no comforting sameness. Ben has transformed it. How? How has Ben transformed it? Just by Ben's presence? I can understand that. But still, into an unknown quantity? You mean there's multiple kitchens? I think you mean quality. Or into an unknown thing. I just think that whole piece is, you got it a little bit off. Either he has transformed it with an unknown quality, or into an unknown, pick a different noun, because quantity implies plural. What the fuck? There's multiple? What the hell do you mean? Maria, we have some work to do. Stop being mad at Santa first. And oh, Scooby. Nice. Damn. That's a fun wrist. That's a real fun wrist. Good for you. Hey. Okay. I focus maybe if I can. Alright. So who ordered the macaroni? I ask. Table 2 needed it. Right, but she didn't order it. He shrugs, as though he too is unaware of how this all worked out. But there's a sly pull at one corner of his lips. They like it, though. It's not a question. Well, nice riz to LeHonk, too. Wow. Okay. They're thrilled. Have you looked at the menu? We don't offer baked macaroni. Probably because Dottie couldn't think of a way to make it Christmassy. Her signature dish is the Rudolph's Delight salad, iceberg lettuce, ranch dressing, and 1 token cherry tomato. Oh god, that's so disappointing. Is it literally just ranch, iceberg, and 1 tomato? A cherry tomato? That's awful. That's a terrible salad. What the fuck? No wonder they're making no money. God damn. He shrugs again, and this time both corners of his lips follow the upward movement. First day, I'll figure it out. What? Huh? What? Just tell us whatever your magic secret is, Ben. What the fuck is going on here? You're confusing me, and I don't want to feel crazy. Just get to it, okay? I'll be accepting. Just what the fuck are you? What the fuck is going on? Are you an elf? Are you a very tall, Christmassy elf because you've got the energy of a Christmas elf, but the height of not a typical Christmas elf. So what the fuck, Ben? Ben? Okay, maybe it's better if you don't. That looked way yummier than anything we make. Since it looks like Candy isn't here, I reluctantly grab my uniform from its peg. It's a red polyester dress that never sits right with a red and white striped apron. We also have to wear sequined reindeer antler headbands year round. I imagine that is how you hate Christmas very quickly. The door to the women's bathroom always sticks, so I shove it open with my shoulder. It nearly slams into Candy, who's leaning over the sink. Oh, she is here. Oh, sorry, I thought the bathroom was empty. I turn to go when I realize her shoulders are shaking. Candy, you okay? Her reflection is drained of color by the fluorescent light, so I guess she was the one whose the door ring was, but she went straight to the bathroom. She has dark circles under her eyes, but that's nothing new. At least they aren't bruises this week. Oh, no. 2 years ago, when she first moved in with her boyfriend Jerry, she was bubbly and bright. We used to hang out sometimes after work. I don't like this story. I'm gonna get upset. We're gonna have a problem. We used to hang out sometimes after work. Oh, I just see the 5 elves in a cloak. Don't trust them. Silly. We used to hang out sometimes after work. If Jerry was still on a shift at the mine, she wanted to be a hairstylist, someday open up her own salon. She even had plans to go to business school so she could run it. But little by little, she stopped talking about school. Jerry didn't like it. Then she stopped talking about doing hair. Then she pretty much stopped talking at all. I see her every single day, but I miss her. Fucking devastating. Ugh. And here we go, it's getting worse. She holds up a white stick, expression blank. I'm pregnant. I close the door behind me. Congratulations? I had to sneak out from my shift to buy the test. I'm sorry. I couldn't go any other time because then he'd know. Jerry always picks her up. I see him sometimes on the front sidewalk counting her tips. That's a giant problem, but we already saw the rest of the red flags, so we kind of gotta expect that. And on payday, he holds out his hand for her check without even asking. Okay, fuck off. But that's how we felt about him already. Anyway, she leans over the sink. Her spine curves. Her head droops. How am I ever gonna get away now? Maria, your story is the least fun. Bring back Ben energy at least. Whatever the fuck he is. At least he's fun. You're making me sad and angry. Okay, it breaks and it picks up with, I make Candy stay in the bathroom. It's not like it's busy. When the family leaves, I trudge toward their table, dreading the mess. Instead, I find everything neatly stacked. No spilled drinks, no overturned plates, and gloriously, impossibly, a $20 tip. I squeal so loudly that Ben sticks his head out of the window. Everything okay? Better thing than okay. Best tip I've ever gotten. Thank you, Benjamin. You're welcome, but Ben isn't short for Benjamin. Bernard? I don't know. Maybe it should be called Bern, but maybe you go by. I don't know. I'm guessing. Bengalin? There was a penguin. Is he Bengalin? Is that why penguins? Penguin? He's penguin. He's not Benjamin. He's penguin. Tip. Is that an American thing? Okay, you gotta be shitting me right now, Adon. I know you know about tips. Well, wait. That sounds... I know you know it's an American thing. It's a general thing that happens. Do you not tip your bag boy? Do you not tip the bellhop, your valet? No, it is a requirement with Americans. But $20 tip, pretty freaking good. Okay, Especially since they only ordered one dish and she said that the drinks were on the house. Sorry. Okay. Benjamin. Penguin. The door jingles, announcing my mom, ... and Rick? Question mark. Rick always says, "Why would I pay for someone else to make my food?" as he boils a scoop of rice or beans or whatever else he got in the bargain bin. Is that what he's doing right now? Or is he not? What? The way you have written this, I don't understand if Rick is here or not. Rude. Okay. I hate it. I fell asleep easily. Oh, good. Go back bed. Get rest. Okay, but, Rick may or may not be here. I don't know. What are you doing here? I ask. My mom glances around. She works in the back and rarely visits the actual dining area. She never can get over the diner's shock and awe decorating tactics. My penguin nativity... Oh, he's not penguin. Aw. A penguin nativity just happens to be there. So that's always been there, I guess. Damn it. Oh, I was so excited for Ben to be a magic penguin man. I don't know why. I just wanted it. Okay, a penguin nativity complete with little baby penguin Jesus snags her attention. It's been 8 years. You don't know this? Okay, fine. Our shift was halted. Machine failure. We thought you'd be home. We wanted to make sure you were okay. Candy's sick, so I'm covering. Rick's hands are jammed in the pockets of his... Okay, so he is here. In the pockets of his Wranglers. Your homework done? Yes. My voice flat. Hi, Wally. He nods. It's the same motion he makes every evening when he asks me the same question and gets the same answer. Usually it happens at home, though, when we all get in from our various shifts. Then I pass him the remote so he can watch old episodes of Bonanza. Jesus, how old is this man? A few years ago, I went through a bout of insomnia, and without fail, he'd be out on the couch. We'd sit there, silent hours passing, the boring black and white cowboy adventures filling the space between us. Okay, fine, there were a few good episodes, but still. Yeah, stop being so cynical, even though I just insulted the show too. Don't say you're late, Wally. I don't keep attendance. You are not late. As I adjust my headphones to itch my ears. Itchy ear. Yeah. Okay. You're not. I don't keep attendance. You don't get late if I don't keep attendance. You're just here now, which is lovely, and why I said hi. Okay. Oh, the order bell rings, and I frown. Ben has placed 3 to-go containers on the shelf. That's what he was cooking for. He knew they were going to be here. How do you know these things, Ben? No one ordered anything, I shout. My mom looks disapproving, so I stomp over to the window. Yeah, I think that is a kind of a... If you're a waitress in a restaurant and there's food served and you're just like, no one ordered anything, when you haven't even had a bad interaction with this man, it kind of bad, but good news, there's no customers in there, so it's fine. You could have said, there's not even any customers. That would make sense, but geez. Okay. My mom looks disapproving, so I stomp over to the window. Ben, no one is here. No one called in an order. He leans his head over. Oh, right. Well, it's embarrassing, but I messed up. Instead of throwing it out, I thought you could give it to your parents. He says it's embarrassing, but his expression is wrinkled with delight. Yeah, this is an elf. This is a giant elf man that is also not even 30, definitely not 30. I'm going to guess he's closer to our age, so I'm going to say he's barely 20, if anything. Because we are at school. I don't know. But, oh my god. This man is too excited to give food. And it's like, oh, Like his lying and his happy smiles about this. He finds his weird niceness so sneaky that it's incredibly entertaining, and I wish I could see it and be like, yeah, you go, Ben. But in this moment, as us being Maria, we hate it, and I don't really get it, and I don't know what's happening. Okay. But he did call them parents, and that's funny. He's hiding something. Yes, his magic, which he's not hiding well. Just fucking tell me, Ben. Not penguin. I wanted him to be a penguin. Okay. Rick is not my dad. Cool. Well, ask if they want it. I glare. It's harder than it should be. Like his sweet, smiley face is contagious. It is. Quit making food before people order anything. Right. He grins even bigger and then straightens so I can't see his face anymore. I shove the containers at my mom and Rick. I guess he messed up an order. Want some free food? Rick doesn't even ask what it is. Free is the only part that matters. He turns toward the door. Are we going, Paloma? My mom frowns. Tell Ben to note what he's using. We have an ordering system that doesn't allow for waste. I get the feeling that that's not a problem, Miss Paloma, my mom. When they're gone, I check the women's bathroom and find Candy curled up asleep in the corner, an apron under her head. I hang an out-of-order sign and take the rest of her shift. As a small act of rebellion, I don't change into my uniform. It has nothing to do with Ben. Well, maybe a little. Just wear your frickin' uniform. Everything tells me he'd like it. Weird little smiley elf man, probably super into this. Probably why he feels so lucky, so he can be in a place that's Christmas all year round. This weird, happy man. Frickin' adorable. And I do have a thought, but I will keep it to myself, about, Candy. I have guesses on how this is going to go versus how it will go. But either way, I get the feeling that this may or may not come to an uncomfortable conversation. But I am not going to bother with a trigger warning. I am simply going to verbally say it for anyone listening. And maybe when we get later, we will need it again right before I read it. But we will see. It's busier than normal. Somebody found out that he's making good food, I think. A handful of locals. Oh, and also the boron mine is halted, so I guess more people not currently at work, probably. A handful of locals sauntering in to check out the new chef. Oh, yeah, that too. Ben doesn't talk much. He smiles and waves out the window, too busy to come out. I stick my head through to find him pulling cookies out of the oven. This is totally a frickin' elf. The telltale scent of gingerbread hangs in the air like the promise of holiday cheer. Is it holiday at this point? We did say there is winter. Okay. He even has flour on his crooked smile of a nose. It's adorable. You're a terrible cook, I say. What the hell is with us being so mean and clearly a liar? We ain't even tasted his food, but we knew it smelled frickin' good. What the fuck is wrong with us? Another story. Wait, I hate us. Lovely. Nice a mini rage puff just for a moment because I'm mad at us, who we have to be in this story. Can we be Ben instead? I want to be Ben. I want to be Ben 10. Okay, great. He looks up, gentle features set in alarm. What do you mean I'm a bad cook? This is a golden retriever of a man. You tell him he's a bad boy, he's going to be freaking out. You tell him he's a good boy, and his tail will wag. That is all that matters to this alphabet man. Give him his compliments. He is too precious. Don't tell him he's a bad cook. You have hurt him. What have you done? Have there been complaints? You haven't followed any of the standard recipes. I've worked here long enough. I can tell. Ma'am? Of course he didn't. He started with a mac and cheese that went nowhere near the menu. Of course he freaking did it. How stupid are we as well? Well, I guess we're in school, so we're a kid. We're just a dumb kid. But still, Please tell me. Can we please be smarter than that? Oh, thank you for hydrate. I will do that now. Raven calms way down as we talk about not this story. Put me back into story and I'll just all over again. Okay. You haven't used any recipes. I've worked here long enough, I can tell. The mashed potatoes are creamier. We don't say this, but this is notes. The fries are crispier, and his rolls are golden, buttery topped miracles instead of the straight from the bag variety we normally serve. Why are you saying he's a terrible cook then? That sounds perfect and amazing and magical. And can I stress one more time, magical, you dumb little insert mean words at ourselves. Whoa, that's hitting too close to home. Okay, let's not do mean words at ourselves. We're gonna just keep going. For a moment he looks distressed, and then the agitation melts away and his eyebrows lift, disappearing beneath his mop of brown hair. He is the definition of merry. But has anyone complained? So now he's like, oh, you're just pouty, you little Scrooge. He gets it. He sees her. He's, oh, you little shit. Don't tell me I'm bad. I'm not bad, boy. But I'm a good dog. Good elf. Okay. I blow my bangs away from my eyes. No, they're just being nice because you're new. You're an asshole. That's not true. Of course it's not true. Oh, jeez. The regulars like their familiar, terrible food, and if anything is ever different, I get yelled at. They're not nice. Except, ... Tonight, they are. Steve and Bernie, who always get a steak after their shifts and don't say a word to anyone, are laughing and swapping stories at the counter. Oh my God. Lorna, who after my entire life of never ever stealing anything, still follows me suspiciously around her gas station, yay, racism, complimented me on her way out. And I swear, Angel, the mine's 250-pound truck driver, he of the aura of constant menace, he of the incredibly inaccurate name, Angel, actually smiled at me. I think. It might have been indigestion. Yeah, Angel was just farting. Don't worry about it. No. It's just gas. Yes, it's magic fucking food. What part of this are we not getting, Maria? Me? How stupid are we? Jesus. But then he tipped me. Angel. 10 whole percent, which is 100% increase over his previous tips. Okay, does this whole town just really severely suck? It sure feels like you should be in the States tipping all the time, because it is true that a lot of waitresses and different server people don't get paid at all a real wage, and that's why you tip. System is broken. And in our lovely case, we don't get paid at all, except for the tips. But that's because Mom is managing the stuffs and all that. And this is not legal, but it's what's happening. So, big deal that he tips and we actually get to have some income. But anyway. Ben hums as he dusts the cookies with powdered sugar. I had to make them circles. What kind of Christmas-themed diner doesn't have cookie cutters? I was so confused. I had to make them circles. I was like, you mean the regulars ordered just circles? What an interesting order. No, Raven. He had to make the cookies into circles because there was no cookie cutters. Oh, okay. The kind that doesn't offer gingerbread off the menu? This is a Christmas diner. It absolutely should have gingerbread. What the fuck? Right, which, again, how does that make any sense? Agreed, considering the theme. Ben, you are not wrong. Maria is just pouty. None of this makes any... Oh no, what time is it? I dart to the bathroom and shake Candy awake. 10 minutes until your shift is over. She sits with a start, the blood draining from her face. What do you mean, blood draining from her face? When did she hurt her face? There were bags under her eyes, correct. They were not bruises this week, so she had not been hit in the face, as far as we know. She just made her stay in the bathroom. I don't see what that. Candy's sick, so we're recovering. Blah 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 blah. When they're gone, I go to the women's bathroom, see Candy curled up asleep in the corner, apron under her head. Why the hell is there blood in her? What? Oh, thank goodness you specified, Fetster. I'm like, who the heck went in and found Candy and beat her up? Because I'd assume the boyfriend, husband, the bad guy. But she hasn't finished her shift yet, so she shouldn't be in danger yet. My God, thank you, Fet. Okay. So she's pale as heck. She's pale. There you go. It's okay. You have time. Get cleaned up. I clear the tables, and Candy emerges right as Jerry walks in. His eyes gray and dull as shark skin. He's a zombie. Take in the abnormally busy diner. I can see him calculating. Candy lifts a trembling hand. Hi, there's a reason. You dropped your pad. I stand in front of her. Here. I dig out my tips from my jeans and shove them into her apron pocket. She can't even look at me, but she squeezes my arm as she passes. So, yes, our bad dude was like, there's a lot of people. That means a lot of tips. I'm gonna get lost some money. But Candy hasn't earned any money. Only us earned money. Really, the tips should be going to Ben and him and his magic. But anyway. So we've given her our money. I hope it's not all of it. I hope it's just like a good lot, because we've been getting more tips than we should. So there should be, just splittable, But okay, we give her that. She can't even look at me, but she squeezes my arm as she passes. The secret thank you. And then I watch Frank Sinatra crooning at me to have myself a merry little Christmas as my tips go directly from her pocket into Jerry's hand. Merry effing Christmas yourself, Frank. It's not Frank's fault. Let him croon. Let him be himself. Don't you go getting mad at Frank for this. Blame Jerry. Fuckwit. Okay. Story breaks. I make it through the next hour until closing time. Everyone wants to linger, huddling around the old television, playing a repeating loop of a log burning fireplace. They're laughing, talking, acting like friends, like people who are happy to be in Christmas. Feliz Navidad stabs into my ears from the speakers. Oh, I thought it was a person, not the song. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay. And I can't handle it anymore. I took a shift that wasn't mine, and I didn't even get my stupid tips. Well, it was your choice to give them, honey. Your choice. You could have given less. You could have, pulled some part and, just given her some. But all right. You could have said, hey, it just got busy, and I haven't gotten these tips. Or she could have said, Oh, well. We're just so pouty about all this. Hi, Gary. Ben emerges just as I'm about to scream for everyone to leave. We're really not suited for this job. Oh my gosh. Anyway, Ben emerges. He's carrying a tray of gingerbread cookies. There's a near visible trail of scent which reaches out and tugs the customers after him. He holds the door open and gives each person a soft, warm cookie and an even softer, warmer smile as they leave. And then they're gone. I flip the sign from merry and bright to closed for the night. And I deadbolt the door. I'm guessing we're wanting to scream about it the whole way. Oh, still a bit. Hold on while I get hydrated and look back at what you guys been saying. I see there's a bunch of movement, but I haven't been looking. Because I know I looked at the blood moment, but diner, tips, and theme. Learning. Nice. Oh, don't you do that. See memes of tips that it paid by percent of the total food. Yes. So, like, 10% of your meal is what Angel paid that last time. 10%. It's kind of typical to pay somewhere between 10 and 18. Like, different people have different preferences for how much they tip. But it's like somewhere in between there is your usual for, that was good service, so that's how much I'm going to give you. For a regular, and then people say, you know, like, you're supposed to only give a tip if it's extra good. Is also some people's thoughts about it. And in a place where they actually get paid, that should be the mentality, but yeah. Tip the goose 10%, 50%, everything percent. No, goose. I know you're a chaotic little thief. Anyway, you're gonna steal it. And I'm not gonna pay you more for it. You're already taking all the monies. I kinda need to cough. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. Alright. We're gonna go back in. We are mad because we hate our life. This is evident. Okay. I turn, fists on hips, and direct my anger at the only person left. I'm not sharing my tips with you. So you do normally share tips with the cook? So you gave away yours and Ben's tips? What a dick. You're a dick, Maria. We were a dick. Ben holds out a cookie. Okay. What the fuck, cookie? We're just trying to get him mad. We are so pouty teenager. Honey. Oh my gosh. I can't. Okay. I say this because then she gives him the information that is supposed to piss him off here. Usually we share tips with the cook, but I'm not sharing mine with you tonight. Which, you haven't given any information to him about candy or any of that, as far as I'm aware. And since you are so mean to him, I can't imagine why you would trust him with such a sensitive subject. There you go. So you're very clearly just saying this to get mad at him and make him mad. When it was like a super busy day, he would have known that, like, oh, that's a lot of tips just to you. But instead, this is what he says. That's fine. He pushes the cookie at me, but I swat it away. That's all you're going to say? That's fine? Honey, I get you want to fight, but this is not your guy. Something tells me that if you make this, the cheeriest, happiest guy, mad, he's actually a serial killer. Like, this is not the guy to make angry in my head. Like, this is the kind of person that you get a little bit of, I think they might be crazy vibes with how happy and cheery he is. So, like, why would you want to mess that up? And also, is that not the most concerning thing you've ever seen? So, like, why? But we're a mean little girl. That's all I can say. Okay, he looks down at the cookie like I've hurt his feelings. Yeah, I mean, they're your tips. You can decide what to do with them. He's so cute. He's like, why won't you eat my cookie? Well, don't say it like that, Raven. But he's trying to give you the gingerbread. Take it. It's very obviously magic. Maybe it will improve your mood. Anyway. Of course I can, but we're supposed to cut you in. Why are you still doing this? Why are you still trying to make him mad? If you don't think that's fair, I understand. Shut up, Adele. If you don't think that's fair, I understand. I throw my hands in the air. You're supposed to get mad at me. Then I can yell at you and feel better about everything. That's not how that works, honey. You shouldn't be doing that. It's a bad coping mechanism. He laughs. How would that make you feel better? Thank you, Ben. Because I want to yell at someone. I slump into a booth and pick at a chipped spot in the formica table. Ben slides in across from me, setting the cookies between us. Whether as an offering or a barrier, I can't say. Who do you really want to yell at? And now Ben's our therapist. I retract him being a serial killer. He really is just a magic elf man. God damn it. I don't know. Candy, maybe? Her dumb, creepy boyfriend? Yeah, I would prioritize her boyfriend over Candy. Anyway, her dumb, creepy boyfriend, definitely. There you go. My mom and Rick, sometimes. And I'd share my tips with you, but I don't have any, which means I worked all afternoon for nothing. I rest my head on the tabletop. No one tipped you? He finally sounds outraged. Thank you, Ben. I appreciate you getting outraged at that. But you may take it back down a notch. Because everyone tipped me, but I gave it all to Candy. What about the last people that were still there an hour after Candy left? You should have gotten at least a couple of tips from them, should you not? Anyway. Everyone tipped me, but I gave it all to Candy. Well, you earned a cookie. I don't like gingerbread. That's because you've never had my gingerbread. Oh my gosh. I narrow my eyes. Is that some sort of chef pickup line? He blushes. The way red blooms in his cheeks as he struggles for an answer is almost too sweet to handle. It was very much not a pickup line, but he was hoping that you would also like him anyway, is what I would guess. Anyway, so I grab a cookie to let him off the hook. Dios mio, what did you put in these? Are they laced with crack? Gingerbread cookies are supposed to be hard and crunchy, not good. These aren't normal. Did you just accuse the adorable, sweet, perfect little elf man of using drugs in his cookies? 'Cause it makes so much sense. He's just high. No. Okay. They are soft, not quite cake-like, more like the consistency of a perfect sugar cookie. The spices zing my taste buds without overwhelming them. A dusting of powdered sugar counteracts the fresh ginger, and the whole thing is warm and wonderful and tastes like Christmas used to feel. How did he do that? See, he says, not a pickup line. Yeah. Good, because that would have been super lame. You're the one that thought it was. You're the one that was trying to make it a pickup line. Oh my god. Okay. I take another cookie and lean back into the cushioned booth. Usually at the end of a shift, I feel heavy, leaden, ready for bed. But right now, I feel light and soft, like those cookies. So I take a third. Wait, we did have another. And feeling generous, I decide to be nice to Ben. I'm done with her. It's not a hard decision. He's kind, and if he weren't the only guy around my age in Christmas, he'd still probably be the prettiest one. Everyone loved your food. His voice is shyly delighted. I'm glad. I'm glad too. He'll make the time until I get out of here far more bearable, maybe even exciting. So where do you learn to cook? Juvie. Remember that bit I said about don't make the good ones mad? 'Cause, yeah, okay. There you go. Juvie. I sit up. Juvie? As in juvenile detention? His face loses none of its pleasant openness as he nods. What the heck? When were you in juvie? What for? Did my mom hire you straight out of their kitchen or something? I knew there was a reason why you were willing to work here. He laughs. I've been out for 6 months. I applied for this job because I love Christmas, and it felt like fate or serendipity or something. And I don't like thinking about the person I used to be, so if it's okay, I'd rather not talk about it except to say that I wasn't violent. Who are you? Because if you try to tell me you're not magic, I'm gonna get mad. Because you're obviously magic, sir. Hello? Oh. It's trying to highlight the emote, I think. Oh. Ghosty needs to rename her little purple pickle there if she wants it to not get flagged. Because it's getting flagged for disability because it's named in a way that sounds like, or is expected to be like a bad term. So interesting. Sorry though. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, Rick Sedger. No. I just see that got really unstable there, my stream. We're going to try again in a second. Hold on. Rick Sedger. Rick Seeger. Oh, my stream's dipping out though still. Oh, at that time I was happy with it. I don't know why. Rick Seeger. Seger. Rick, thank you for the follow. We're supposed to drop some dancy emotes, but with this delay, it's all getting a little garbled. Makes sense, nobody's doing nothing. But please drop your dance emotes to welcome in Rick. My rude Wi-Fi dipping out, being mean. No, thanks, Fed. Yeah, but you can see what the piece of it was that it would be mad at. I can't make out where is Dance Frog. Go to bed, Adon. Go eep. Oh no, it's dipped out again. Frickin' Wi-Fi. Rude. There you go. Yeah, that's how you do it. Alright. It's all dipping away. I'm a little nervous we're gonna get through this story. Just when I think it's getting back. Oh my gosh. Internets, why are you so bad right now? Internets, what the hell? Oh my gosh. I'm so mad. Deeply disappointed. My Wi-Fi keeps popping out just as when it's about to recover. It's disappearing again. Okay, is it better? I think it's gonna be better now. You're back? I'm back. I think I'm back. Let's hope it settles and I'm back. No, it's unfortunate. That was me trying to say welcome in, Rick. Normally I read out the name, I drop some dancies, the chat drops some more dancies, and it's a good time. I'm sorry it's not doing well today. I'm very mad at it, if that's any consolation. But okay. Ben said that he wasn't violent, and it seems like this story is trying to tell us that Ben is just a human and not magic. And here I am, not believing it. Excuse me, how does he know what people want to eat? I don't know how an elf went to juvie, but I know that this man is not just a man. This is a magic. It has to be. Okay. So he says, I don't want to talk about it, but I will say I was not violent. I wilt under the weight of my curiosity. Fine, but it's gonna kill me. It's not, and neither am I, because again, not violent. I like it. Good quip, Ben. I flick some crumbs at him. What the hell is wrong with you? Us. Maria. Why are we doing this? Why are we mean? I gotta get cleaning. I stand, stretching, and remove my apron. Ben is staring at me. I raise my eyebrows. He looks away quickly, embarrassed. But I am more than a little glad I'm not wearing my uniform tonight. I think you should have wore it. I think he would have found it fun. I survey the damage. Not too bad. Mostly it'll be dishes, but I'll mop up and wipe down the tables first. I switch off the sound system in the middle of Baby It's Cold Outside. Hi, Dom. Nice guess, Long. Oh, that's not so good. It's so evil. Yours will do. Oh. And then Lahonk says, get out of here. With the threat of the little stabby frog. Did anybody hear me? I said noise to Lahonk, which feels illegal, but I did. Why I sad? Because my Wi-Fi keeps dipping out and being mean. Having bad bitrate because of my Wi-Fi. It's mostly good, and then suddenly it'll be like, nope, never mind, and then it'll be back within a second. So my stream doesn't end, it just lags severely. It's interrupting our stories. Also, the character we're reading is the lead in this story is kind of mean. Don't love that. We're so mean to this sweet little elf man that's very clearly magic. It's just bad. Yes, Lahonk told you to go eat because you said that you would eat his nuts? I'm going to continue reading. Oh, if I can. And I do think you should eat. It is very late for you. Go eat. Take care of yourself. Damn it. All right. Okay. We turned off the song, Baby It's Cold Outside. And then, thank you, Ben shouts from the kitchen. That song is the worst. I thought you were a good elf and you don't like the Christmas songs? Oh my gosh. My understanding of Ben has been destroyed. Oh, look at the little bed emote. That's cute. Okay. I mean, I have my own critiques of the song. But still, there's worse. Just wait. I know, right? We say. Also terrible, Santa Claus is coming to town. Santa as Big Brother. Just imagine his poster staring at you from every wall. Santa is watching. I love Christmas, but Santa is creepy. Thank you. Yes, no one understands. If someone is watching me sleep, it had better be a hot vampire because I'm calling the cops. It's not that he's watching you sleep. It's that he knows you're asleep. It's not that he's watching. It's that it's like, oh, they're online, they're offline, they're online, they're offline. Like, it's not watching. He just knows. I'm mad. And Ben, our elfman, you're a betrayer. But it is weird in the home invasion bit. That is uncomfy. I'm not there for that. Okay. Ben laughs and dishes start clanging. He must be preparing some food for tomorrow. Or he's doing the dishes. Why are you assuming he's doing, I don't know. Either way. I put in my earbuds and clean, dancing along to Daft Punk. Candy introduced me to them back when she still liked music. When I finally finish, I wheel the yellow mop cart to the kitchen, bone-tired and not looking forward to the dishes. But it's all clean. As I said, Ben was totally doing the dishes. But the kitchen is pristine. All the dishes are done, the counters wiped, even the handles to the massive freezer have been sanitized. This is something that should be on the cook's to-do list. I don't know why the waitress should be in charge of it. It's his workspace. He should be the one to clean it. She should work on the other areas, the areas where the customers are, yes. But that is supposed to be his job. What the heck? Why are they making you do all this work, Maria? No wonder you hate everything. Nah, still excessive. Anyway. A few trays of dough are out to rise overnight, but there's nothing left for me to do. A sticky note is stuck to the door with a big, sloppy, happy face drawn on it. Clearly Ben, I'm guessing. I clamp a hand over my smile, try to wipe it away because I don't like Christmas, so I can't like anyone here. Not even talented cooks with crooked noses. That's not how that works, honey. It's not, it doesn't have to be exclusive. Oh my God. Maria, you have so much growing up to go. Oh my goodness. Okay. But it breaks and it picks up. Normally, I drag out my after-school routine. Locker, bathroom, library, as long as possible before shuffling to the car. But on Monday, I practically sprint there. What, Cage? What did I say? What did I do? I'm sure I've missed something. You good at that? Oh. It wasn't me. It was what the story said that happened to affect Adon. Good job, Raven. It wasn't you this time. Okay. Where was I? Oh, right. We're practically sprinting to... It doesn't even say. It says there, but, you know, we do assume that it's the diner. You're excited about the tips, I remind myself. Not the cook. You're in denial, Maria. Rick jumps in surprise as I throw open the passenger side door. I buckle my seatbelt as he fumbles to remove the tape that's already in the deck. Rick, is it so bad? Oh my goodness. Oh, you're gonna be excited. You better be excited. Oh my goodness. Yes, I'm yelling into the book. Oh my goodness. Sorry, you got lightly bonked by the book. Okay. So Rick has jumped in surprise. When we jump into the car, we never show up this early. We're never there that quickly. Rick has not had time to prepare. He hasn't had time, he fumbles as he tries to remove the tape that's already in the deck. ¿Quieres bailar conmigo? A woman asks in a soothing, slow tone. There's a pause, and then Rick manages to get it ejected. He's learning Spanish for his girlfriend and the daughter. For us. It's so sweet. But he's all shy about it. What was that? I ask, reaching for it. Are you? ... Learning Spanish? Nothing, no. Rick tucks the tape into the pocket of his button-down shirt, clears his throat, and puts the car into drive. AKA, yes he is. I watch him suspiciously, but he doesn't even look at me. Okay, Maria, you are taking it way the wrong way. Fuck you, Maria. I don't like you. You're mean. She says, Spanish is my territory, the thing my mom and I share that he doesn't, even if she won't speak it with me anymore. I don't want him there. Fuck you, Maria. He's putting effort in, and it's a romantic gesture, and it's so sweet, and I hate that you say that to yourself. She doesn't say it to Rick. Thank God. If she said that to Rick, he would probably stop, he would feel all bad, and it would ruin everything. So freaking mean. I don't like us. Maria, us. Me. Hold on. As we get close to Christmas, I lean forward, bouncing. So we're getting back to Christmas because I guess our school is a little bit further away or something. It was an hour away, right? Then, this time, Rick eyes me with suspicion. Embarrassed, I pack up my bag. I've never been so relieved to be out of that car. He knows you like to cook. It's fucking obvious. Teenage girl, young handsome man. I guess not hard. Okay. Embarrassed, I pick up my bag. I've never been so relieved to be out of that car. It's a long enough drive when we're pretending not to notice each other, but when we're both being strange, well, it was interminable. You made it bad. You could have been... Is that a surprise for Mom? Oh my gosh. We can practice on the way there. I can yell at you for being bad and laugh at you fail. Why would you not enjoy this? Okay. I take a shower, then mess around with my makeup. Oh my God, you're being so obvious. I skip to work 10 minutes early, whistling cheerily. So obvious. For the tips. No, obviously not for the tips. Ho, ho, ho yourself, you old sicko. I pat the animatronic Santa on the head. This place is hopping, not its usual dead zone. Candy's taking orders. She stayed the last 2 nights to help with the extra crowds, even though she had to keep running to the bathroom to puke. She looks hollow today. Aww. Angel is sitting at the counter. He grins. Hola, Maria. I've never seen his teeth before, much less his smile. I didn't realize his scowl lines weren't permanently fixed. Hello, little Badoof. Can I get you anything? I hope I don't look as confused / unnerved as I feel. Take your time, Chica. You just got here. Angel being nice. Oh my gosh. Right, thanks. I barrel into the kitchen. What did you do to Angel? Ben shrugs, clapped his hands together once in a satisfied sort of way. He needed a good meal. Right. The man who has spent the last 3 years growling orders at me is now calling me Chica and smiling. Yeah, she could maybe really not like Chica, but we'll see. Yep. Okay, be serious. Are you a drug dealer? Is that why you were in juvie? It would explain why everyone loves your food. He laughs, stirring something on the stove range. No, not drugs. Dang it. I'm pretty sure you spice your cookies with something illegal. Cinnamon is not a controlled substance. That should be the title of your memoir. I reluctantly button my uniform over my tank top and leggings. And now we're wearing the uniform. He's gonna like it, I bet. Candy comes back as I'm clocking in. Hey! Ben's eyes are bright and hopeful. I made you something. She puts a hand over her stomach. No, thanks. I think it'll help. He holds the to-go container while she removes her apron and hangs up her uniform. She takes the container. Okay, see you tomorrow. She shuffles out. Ben goes to the window, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Then his shoulders stoop, his whole body turning down in disappointment. She gave it to Jerry, didn't she? I ask. It wasn't for him, it was for her. He frowns. Tomorrow I'll make something for her at the start of her shift instead. Yeah. Or you make something bad for Jerry. Okay. Animatronic Santa ho-ho-hos at a customer, and I'm swept up for the next few hours. Ben more or less cooks what people ask for, and no one complains. What happened to your magic, sir? My feet are sore from how busy we are, but my tip-collecting pockets are happy. Angel has moved to the corner booth, leaning over the back to chat animatedly with Lorna, the gas station owner. He's drawing pictures on her napkin. I've never seen them so much as glance at each other before. Angel and Lorna, okay. But the way they're acting, you'd think they were best friends. They've been in here every day. A lot of the locals have been coming more frequently than new cook curious. Okay, a lot of the locals have been coming more frequently than new cook curiosity can account for. Bennett, I say. Oh, sorry. Bennett, I say. No, not short for Bennett, Ben answers. Do you have Angel's order? He puts up a tray, and I frown. This is not his. It's for him. He ordered chicken fried steak. He always orders chicken fried steak. What is this? Fruit salad? Have you seen Angel? I gesture toward him, hulking, tattooed, shaved head with several prominent scars. He's not the fruit salad type. It's beets, carrots, jicama, and fruit with a citrus dressing. Ensalada Navidad. And here, he presents a second plate. Tamales. A sort of pain, like a sore muscle, pulses through my whole body. I'm filled with an inexplicable need to go hug my mom. We don't serve these here. The sudden ache inside my heart makes me sad. I scowl at Ben. Make him the stupid steak. Maria, trust me, take it to him. No. Oh, good, you're gonna go bed. Yeah, the feet sniffer is kind of a sign, I think, as I'm looking back at this now. No, go eat. I will do your thing right now as you are logging out. Take us to diner. I want 2 chicken burger meals, 8-piece chicken wing strips, and legs combo as meals with the frog toy. If not hippity hoppity bippity boppity, let me sniff a dem feet, 'cause they my property. I like the hippity hoppity bippity boppity all the way to properties, but oh no, and it dipped there. That's so rude. That's so rude of my internet. It said feet sniff. Oh, we are not running no more. We are not doing this. I am not airing that. My internet said, oh, yeah. Well, internet, don't kink shame. Did you at least hear it, Adon? Did you hear it? Why are you crying? Did you hear it, or did it get cut off? Are you crying because it got cut off? Can anybody confirm if I read the whole chicken trigger word and you guys heard it? Please, somebody confirm. Good night. Yes. Okay, good. Then I will say it is redeemed. It was a very silly one. I liked it. Good night. Eat well. Click. Okay. There was no cutoff. Okay, good. Thank you. Yay. All right. Now, I keep going. We're refusing to take the tamales and fruit salad over, because we have our own issues, but we refuse to admit that. He sighs. How about this? If he doesn't like it, you don't have to share your tips with me for the rest of the week. And you tell me how you learned to cook in juvie. His eyebrows come together, so I raise my hand. Not why you were in juvie, only the cooking part. Deal. I take the plate, surly but certain victory. No, you're gonna lose. Angel has ordered the same meal for as long as I've worked here. When I set down the food, he looks shocked. I didn't order this, he growls. I'm sorry, it's the new cook. Are those tamales? Hi, Andy. So he interrupted her with, oh my God, tamales. I still have my hand on the plate, ready to whisk it away. Yes? He leans forwards. His eyes wrinkle upward in a smile. I swear his skin creaks, having to force decades of grim frown lines in that direction. Y ensalada Navidad? Mi madre siempre. His hard black eyes soften, looking far past this dinner. So it's the Christmas salad, I think, is ensalada. I don't know. And my mom always ... was what he was saying. So ... you want the food? Because I can take it back. No, he leans over it protectively. I want it. Now don't take his food. Some good foods. He's excited. I thank you for the hydrate. That was very audible. That's fine. I'll do the others in a minute because we're almost at our break. Okay, so he's like, no, I want it. Great, let me know if you need anything else. I scowl at the kitchen window where Ben is giving me his full wattage smile. I give him the finger down low where Angel can't see it. Fuck you, Ben. Maria, my mom says aghast. Oh no, she saw me. She saw me flipping a bird. I shove my hands into my apron like that will erase the offending digit. What are you doing here? Kitchen? Now. I follow her back, dragging my feet. She pushes straight through the back door into the alley between the diner and the gas station. What was that? Just goofing off. She throws her hands up in the air. We can't afford to goof off. I think you can. The diner's kind of making a lot of money right now. I fold my arms, take a step back from her. I'm not getting paid, so goofing off is about all I can afford. Hi, Maria, we've talked about this. We're a family. Everything we earn goes into the same account, so we haven't talked about it. We never talk about anything. What do you need all my money for? So you can live in a crappy nowhere town in a crappy freezing duplex with your crappy tightwad boyfriend. Yeah, Mama, I get it. I turn away from her, slam into the kitchen, and past Ben, who was leaning over the stove so intently I'm positive he heard every word. And that's where I was pre-planning to break. I didn't know that it was going to be like an emotional cliffhanger, but there you go. Wow. Okay, it's break time. The ad is going to rampage in very shortly. We need to run the ad, but I'll do my stretch and my posture check. And then we have humming. I'm going to actually refund it because I'm pretty sure Mick fell asleep and disappeared. But I'll still do it. And whispers. And that's it so far. Okay. Hydrate. Yes. Stretch. We're working on it. And posture check. Yeah. Okay. Little pops in the back. Good stretches. Okay. All right. I think that the story is going finally in a fun direction and not just making me mad. We're getting to the parts where we're addressing things, so we're getting somewhere. But I'm still mad at Maria for being upset at Rick for learning Spanish. Like, what the fuck? In my head, I'm thinking if he's learning Spanish, that encourages her to be back into Spanish, Mom. And then that means that your happy mom comes back with the Spanish because we liked pre-English Mom where she was speaking more Spanish. She'll be speaking more Spanish now. So is this not perfect? I don't understand. Oh well. But okay, I'm gonna run an ad and then we're gonna do humming. Any other redeems, please drop them in and I will do my whispers for the honk. Actually I'll do the whisper real quick for the honk. Monkey. It's kind of hard in whisper because like versus it's very quiet. Monkey. There you go, monkey. You got that 3 times instead. Okay. Ad incoming. I have warned you. You are warned. Okay. And then I go over here and I make sure I copy that before we go into humming will be next. Yeah. Okay. Damn it, ads. Yeah, I'm sorry. It is unfortunate require. God damn it, internet dip. Why'd you have to dip, internet? So rude of you. Big yawns. Okay. Alright, you guys are back. So let's do some humming. It's gonna be holiday songs, so here we go. I don't really know some of these. I'm just like, which ones are safe to sing? Copyright. You don't know. Just. And one more thing, one more. Why does this remind you of getting a voice message from a dead colleague? Please tell me, because they started singing Christmas songs in it, because otherwise, what the hell, the honk? What? What? What is happening? Okay. I understand. But voice message? Dead colleague? What? Come on. Come on. Please, context. I'm lost. What have I done to deserve this? Just indeed. Sir. Okay. Well, there's no other triggers. Nobody asked for anything else. What do? we can jump straight into story. I think it's a good idea because we've got lots of story to read tonight. They are long stories, each of these. So, I think I should just jump on in. Alright. If I just jump in right back. Ooh, okay, okay, good. The main character was in a party and his team got wiped, and on Christmas he got a prior message from him. Thank you. It makes sense. I was like, do I sound like a dead colleague? What the hell? What do you mean? Is that supposed to be a compliment? Or an insult? Okay, thank you. Alright, I'm glad I have that as a context. Alright, I will jump back into story after a little bit more hydrate. Made me tear up. Aww. Touching. I'm glad it was a touching moment. It was a good anime. Good quality. Alright. Yes, we're gonna go back into a story. I'll do triggers at the next break, which will be when we finish this story. And that'll be that. We've got so much to read, why not just go right back into it? Okay. Right back. Okay. Here we go. So we've had our little yell at Mom, who clearly missed the memo that there's tons of people here for the new cook. Theoretically, we should be making more money. It shouldn't be so tight on money, but we'll see. My mom stuck around for a while, talking to Ben about his weird food supplies requests. He convinced her to go along with it. I guess he can afford to goof off. Meanwhile, she ignored me until she left for the mine. Oh. When I finished closing, I'm going home straight to my room. When I finish closing, I'm going straight to my room to recount the tips I've managed to save. Angel left me $15 tonight, which still blows my mind. That puts me at exactly $2,792. 3 years of working every day, and that's all I have to show for it. I turn around to Ben, yellow bucket filled with hot soapy water. He squeezes the excess out of the mop. That's not your job, I snap. Why are you yelling at him for it? But he shrugs and gets started without a word. With his help, the restaurant is clean in record time. Ben and I shove the cleaning supplies back into the closet. I hang up my uniform. I'm still mad at you. I should have won that bet. He pulls out a tray of cookies. Eggnog chocolate chip peace offering? Follow me. I take him out back, where a rusting ladder is bolted to the side of the building. We climb up to the diner's flat roof. I show Ben where to step to avoid tripping on the peeling tar paper as we make our way toward the 2 lawn chairs that Candy and I hauled up years ago. She hasn't been up here with me in ages. Hold on, I got to cough. Okay. Where was I? The last time I climbed up was Christmas Eve. I guess years ago, or maybe recent, I don't know. My mom and Rick took an extra night shift for overtime. We, quote-unquote, celebrated early. But sitting by myself in Rick's duplex was too depressing, so I came here, alone, and glared at the junky buildings around me, hating Christmas and Christmas. Town and holiday, I guess. The night is cold. Our breath fogs out in front of us. During the day it's warm enough, but at night the desert temperature drops. We sit and Ben passes me a cookie. It's obscenely good. Warm, bright bursts of chocolate with the creamy comfort of eggnog. Show off. I elbow him in the ribs. I keep finding excuses to touch him. I need to stop that. Admit your feelings. God damn it. I lean back, looking up at the sky. Oh my gosh. I lean back, looking up at the sky. That's the one benefit to living in a census-designated place. The stars don't have any light to compete with. This is good. This is true. It's good. Everyone had to help at my juvie center, Ben says, without preamble. Oh, so he's still gonna tell her even though she lost. Laundry, cleaning, kitchen duty. I'd never cooked anything before, but I had a knack for it, and before long they put me on permanent kitchen rotation. The staff was great. They want the kids to get better and have good lives, so they let me play around. I loved it. I've never felt anything so right as I did when I was making food for other people. I shivered deeper into my jacket. How do you guess what people want to eat? He looks at me sideways, eyes hooded. What do you mean? The woman with the macaroni that first day. No one even took her order. Don't think I forgot. Angel and the random Mexican food. And this weekend, that horrible green Jell-O with whipped cream, pineapple, and shredded carrots no one in their right mind would ever order, but that you made for a special for Lorna. She cried. You made Lorna cry with Jell-O. None of this is normal, Ben. No worries, Cage. Disappear. No need to bow. We'll see in a bit. He shifts uncomfortably. You'll think I'm crazy. You willingly moved to Christmas, California to work in our dump of a diner. I already think you're crazy. Okay, we're getting to it. We're getting to the bit where he admits his magic. I just came in. Are they talking about Jell-O salad? They were, Pasuso. He's just a cook that guesses, I guess, or has magic. Don't know what this is, but manages to cook what people want, despite them not ordering or asking any at all. Fair enough. I figured it out while I was in juvie, kind of like ... a sixth sense for what would make someone happy to eat. I see someone and I just sort of know. Oh, I've heard horror stories of my grandmother's Christmas Jell-O salad. Oh no. Tell us all about them, Pazuzu. I just sort of know. So you're a food psychic? No, he's a magic elf that went to juvie, I guess. I'm disappointed he's not actually magic. I'm just gonna say that he's psychic. He cringes, his friendly face shifting into something defensive, shielded. I don't like that look on him, so I hurry on. My mom's aunt could tell every disease or health problem someone had by looking at their eyes. I kid you not, she had a perfect track record. Really? We lived with her for a while in Los Angeles when I was little. I never got to try it, but apparently it was impossible to stomach. Well, then I'm glad you didn't. No. All right. People were constantly dropping by to have her diagnose them. So having a food sense seems way more pleasant than her eyeball trick. He relaxes, more at ease now that I haven't dismissed him. I think if you can find the right food to connect yourself to a happier time or a happier version of yourself, it can help you remember, help you get back to who you were when you were happy. It can change everything. For example, when did you start to like me? You said he likes you? Okay, I stammer, grasping for some response other than the moment I saw your face. Is it that obvious? I think he means, Maria, us, honey, when we were not so mean to him. Ben answers for me. When I made you the gingerbread cookies, that's when you decided to be my friend. He worded it right so that she understood. Right, exactly. Yes, gingerbread. He gives me a look that makes me think maybe he was saying more. Maybe he wants me to. But I don't know what to say, so he turns away again. I like using something I'm good at to help other people, even it's something silly like cooking. No, it's not silly. Oh, hey, look, she says the same thing. That's not silly. You know what you love, and you're good at it. I wish I had something like that. The moment stretches between us, too honest, and that sore muscle feeling wells up in my heart again. I clear my throat. Besides, as long as you keep making cookies, I don't care if it's magic or not. Oh, you called it magic! I wish it was magic. He balances a cookie on the tips of his long fingers. His ring finger is bent at an odd angle, like his nose. It's a testament of broken bones in his past. Or he has weird bones in the first place. I don't know. No, it's probably broken bones. If you were a food, you'd be a gingerbread cookie. Spicy enough to keep life interesting, but with just enough sweetness to balance it out. I laugh. I am not sweet. You gave your tips to Candy. I dig my shoe under a strap of tar paper. I don't want to talk about her, so I say, what would you be if you were a food? No, better, what food would your 6 cents... What food would you use your 6 cents to feed yourself? There you go. He puts a hand on the edge of his chair, holding it palm up almost as an offering. It would be so easy to slip mine into his. I nearly do, but... It'd be an anchor. I can't be anchored. You mean he would be an anchor? Oh, no. She really doesn't want to be stuck in the little town, so she doesn't want to do that. Oh, okay. I haven't found it yet. He flexes his long fingers, opening his hand even more. I like it here. I'm renting a room for almost nothing, so I save what I earn. And small towns are cozy, familiar. You can slip into other people's routines, become a part of them. I'm staying here until I have enough money saved for culinary school. I'm getting out of here as fast as I possibly can, I blurt. His fingers curl up. Why? Why not? There's nothing for me. But it's your home. I live in my mom's boyfriend's duplex. Nothing here is mine. I hate it here. The minute I graduate, I'm leaving. Where? Don't know. Don't care. I'm hopping on a bus and going until I can't go any farther. Until I find a place that feels like home. Another place called Christmas, probably. He's quiet for a long time. How will you know what home feels like? It hangs in the air between us, as frozen as our breaths. I don't have an answer. Story breaks and picks up. Ben pokes his head out of the kitchen window. How were the waffles? Candy barely glances at him. Fine, thanks. He looks lost as he stares at her untouched plate. The waffles were crisp on the outside, fluffy on the inside, with a Nutella filling and sliced strawberries on top. Unlike Candy's, mine are gone. They were fantastic, I offer, but he disappears, muttering to himself. He can't seem to figure out what her food is supposed to be. She is a pregnant woman. It's hard to figure out what kind of food is going to make her happy. Wild cravings, changing every minute, is what I'm assuming. That's probably like something like the answer is going to be really absurd. I don't know. I can't even imagine. I don't know. My first thought was like peanut butter pickle. I think I've heard something like that. It's something ridiculous like, okay. It's 3 days until Christmas. The diner has never been busier. Locals come in whenever they can now. We're also getting a holiday bump in freeway travelers, lured by the seasonal coincidence of our exit's name. For once in my career, I don't pity their optimism. The Christmas cafe is, dare I say it, worth stopping for. Ben whips out holiday-themed plate after plate. Every shift he makes something new for Candy, and when she inevitably throws up or rejects it in her zombie-like demeanor, he looks even more discouraged. Oh. I grab Candy's plate and turn toward the kitchen, looking up at my elf out of habit. Eee, she called him an elf! I knew we would call him an elf, even if it wouldn't, confirm his literal elfness. Only he's not holding a knife anymore. Oh, we were looking at the dumb little elf that she gave a knife to. He's holding a tiny glass vial with a skull and crossbones symbol on it. He's holding poison. Ah! So Ben saw the little murder elf. Knew it. He must have known it was Maria. Couldn't have been the way it was supposed to be. And gave it a little vial of poison instead of a knife. I love it. Okay, I cackle so loudly that Candy jumps. She's actually trembling. Sorry, I say. She flees straight to the bathroom. I find Ben leaning over the counter, furiously crossing off items on a list. Benedict, are you the one who messed with my elf? Is that his name? Is it Benedict? Oh, no, it's not. Darn. He looks up distracted and then shakes his head as though clearing it. A smile crinkles his eyes as he pushes his hair away from his forehead. His goofy chef's hat sits on the counter next to the paper and pen. Not short for Benedict, but yes, I thought he ought to mix things up a bit. I laugh again, delighted. Nobody even notices him except me. I notice everything. His eyes linger on my face before he blushes. Ooh. He clears his throat a few times, toying with the pen. This Christmas menu isn't working. I don't know what to do. I nudge him with my shoulder. You always know what to do. A deep line has formed between his eyebrows. I thought so, but nothing's working. Everything's working. People have never been so happy to eat here. It's like they actually enjoy living in Christmas. He looks back down at his paper. Not you. I hover, torn between leaning into him and backing away. I can't commit to this place or anyone in it. I have to be able to leave. And not Candy. He drops the pen. I haven't made a single thing she's liked. Well, she's puking all the time. Kind of throws things off. I should be able to help. What would she like? Does Ben know she's pregnant? Are we the only one that knows? I don't know. She used to be my friend, but then she stopped. She stopped being anything. And that's where she stops talking, but she continues in her head. Just like my mom. They stopped being the people I needed them to be. And then she picks up, don't worry about it. She won't let you do anything. No one can help her. Ben's brown eyes are so soft, but somehow pierce right through me. Someone needs to. Agreed. She needs some help, guys. Santa ho-ho-ho's the arrival of a customer. Scowling, I head for the door. Ben crumples up his list and throws it in the trash. The story breaks and picks up with... Later that night, I storm into the house, pulling on my house jacket with an annoyed huff. Maria, that you? Yeah, I shout, answering my mom. How was work, mija? The rest of my shift was terrible. Ben was being all, normal. He made people exactly what they ordered. That's terrible. I tried to complain to him about Paul McCartney simply having a wonderful Christmas time, and he just shrugged. 2 people stiffed me on tips, and to top it all off, Candy's creepy boyfriend showed up early while she was puking in the bathroom. She still hasn't told him the news, so I had to lie and say it was food poisoning. His stare was even colder than this wretched duplex. Oh no. Okay, I read ahead. I don't know how this is gonna go. I didn't mean to, but I did. Okay. My mom's standing over the stove, stirring a pot of macaroni. It gives me a pang of loneliness for Ben, which makes me angrier because why should I miss a person who I only left 5 minutes ago? Because you like him. Okay. Maria, we need to talk. She points at a stack of envelopes on the table. Were you in my room? The envelopes are college applications, mailed to me or forced on me by my school counselor. I tried to throw them away so many times because they're pointless, but it felt too depressing to get rid of them and too depressing to stare at what I can't have, so I shoved them under my bed, right next to the duffel bag I keep my tips in. Did you take my stuff? I was vacuuming. Why aren't any of them opened? Where have you applied? Did you take my money? I would never take your money. I want to. You take my money every day. I work my butt off at that stupid restaurant, and you don't even let me get my own checks. She sets her spoon down, looking horrified. I didn't take any money from your room. I want to know which colleges you applied to. I bark out a bitter laugh. None. Why would I apply to college? Her eyes go wide. None? You're going to start missing deadlines. She grabs at the envelopes, frantically searching through them. What about this one? It's in Barstow. It looks nice. Or Cal State, San Bernardino. It's not that far away. I want to go far away. And since when am I going to college? We can't afford that. She shoves the applications at me. You can't afford not to. You don't want to be like me. We work so hard and so long. We don't want that for you. You deserve more. Her eyes are intense, pleading. Por favor, mija. Necesitas aplicar para tu futuro. It's the most Spanish she's spoken to me in years, and I, Raven, have butchered it. Okay, she always said we shouldn't leave Rick out by using a language he doesn't know, but hearing it now makes me feel like a kid again. So like an obedient little girl, I grab the first application and start filling it out while she watches, holding her breath. She was saying, please, mija, my daughter, my love, you need to apply for your future. I assume roughly that. I don't really know Spanish. I know pieces. Okay, and then it breaks and it picks up. Can you help me with a project? I asked Ben 2 days before Christmas. So I guess the next day, because last time it said 3. He's slammed, doing as much prep work as he can, but he immediately stops. What do you need? I want to make something for my mom. Something special, but I don't know. What were you thinking? She used to tell me about rice pudding. Her grandma made it for them every Christmas, and she tried to make it a few years ago, but then she got sad and dumped it all down the sink, said it wasn't right. She's never tried again. She works really hard. She deserves some of your magic. Ben's smile is the powdered sugar on top of a cookie. I think we can do that. We work all morning. He shows me how to get the milk simmering at just the right rate. I scorch the first batch, and we have to throw it out, but Ben insists it'll be more magical if I make it myself, so I try again. This time, I keep the temperature steady. I skim the surface like he shows me so that the milk doesn't get a skin. We add the rice, and I tend to it with feverish intensity. He takes over the stirring while I mix together eggs, sugar, vanilla, or milk. It needs... I tap my finger against the counter, glancing at him for clues. Nutmeg? He smiles wider. I sprinkle some in and pour the mixture into the rice on the stove. His body is next to mine, and we both lean in, breathing the sweet steam as it rises up. I turn my face and breathe him in, too. Keep stirring, I whisper. He nods and doesn't move. So we stand, occupying the same space, watching as ordinary ingredients combine into something I hope will be magic. And it breaks and it picks up. Mama? I push the door shut with my foot, carefully holding the still hot dish. Normally, rice pudding is served cold, but when I sprinkled the cinnamon on top, it felt right. Perfect. Are you home? We're up here. I hurry upstairs. They're just off a super early morning shift. My mom wears her wariness beneath her eyes and in the slope of her shoulders, but she manages a smile for me. Sit down, I command. I put the pot on the stove as I get out 2 dishes. I hear Rick pop a disc into his DVD player. The familiar sounds of Bonanza's opening theme trigger memories of insomnia-plagued nights. Does he still stay up watching that show until 4 every morning? I stir the rice pudding one last time. Oh no, why would he? I thought he liked doing that. You know he only did that for you, right? I stop stirring. What? I can't stay awake for the life of me, never been able to, but he didn't want you to be alone, so he'd come out and watch television with you until you fell asleep. But I thought he didn't need much sleep. He was exhausted. But when he was growing up, he had a few years where he had insomnia too. He said being awake when everyone else is sleeping was so lonely it made him feel crazy. He didn't want you to feel that way. And we ruin it. We say, that's weird. Maria, it is the sweetest thing that he is... How are you still so mean to Rick? He's so nice. I mean, maybe he's got his less than best moments, but he's so nice. Oh my gosh, and he's gonna get extra sweet in a bit. Oh my god, I can't. Oh my gosh, I saw a little thing. I didn't mean to read ahead. Okay. That's weird, we say. But then we think, all those nights, all that sleep he gave up, it doesn't make sense. And then I guess Mom said, how is it weird? Well, I mean, he doesn't really like me. What are you talking about? He never talks to me, and when he does, he talks about when I leave, like he's counting down the days. Sweetheart, Rick doesn't talk much, period, and he is excited for you to leave. Who do you think tapes your report cards up on the fridge? I'm shocked. Rick plastering my name all over something that belongs to him? It's a weird quirk that he puts his name on the food, but leave it alone. I can't do this. I'm sorry. Okay. It was his idea to drive you to and from school. He didn't want you wasting your time waiting for city buses. He worried your grades would suffer and you wouldn't get into college. I can't afford college. And besides, the food, all the labels, the penny pinching, refusing to turn up the heat. I'm an intruder in his space. He puts up with me because of you. Tears fill my mom's eyes. Oh, Maria, why would you think that? You felt like this all these years? My eyes are tearing up too. I get out one more dish. One for Rick. So she wasn't planning on feeding him, but then she's like, honey, Rick loves you. And she's like, I guess we're making a bowl for Rick. Angry always, but still doing it. Okay. She takes my hand. Do you remember your father at all? I shake my head. Good. Her voice is fierce. It's one of the proudest points of my life that man has no imprint on you. It wasn't even easy leaving. I had to sneak and save money for years before I had enough to get somewhere far away and safe. Oh, I get the feeling that this story is going to lend too well as advice for how to help Candy. Okay, I was terrified you'd remember what it used to be like. I don't. I remember moving around until we settled here. She nods. Rick can't show affection the way most people do, but he doesn't have a cruel bone in his body, and after my life, he's exactly what I needed. What we needed. I know Rick is odd. He labels his food so he can make sure that he's not spending more on groceries than he needs to. We keep the heat off so we can save more, the same reason we take overtime and holiday shifts. The same reason we put all your paychecks straight into savings. He's been putting away money since the day we moved in. Were we gonna surprise you? We were gonna surprise you, but Rick, I think we need to give Maria her present now. The television goes silent. Rick comes back in the kitchen, hands shoved deep into his Wranglers. What about Christmas morning? My mom laughs, wiping away her tears. It already smells like Christmas in here. Maria made rice pudding. She leans over her bowl, breathes in deeply. I cross my fingers, praying I got it right. Mi abuela used to make this for us. Then we'd sing, and later we'd get an orange. Rice pudding and oranges. She smiles, happy tears streaming down her face. I'd actually forgotten what it was supposed to smell like. This is perfect. She takes a bite, sighs happily, and leans her head on my shoulder. I don't know what it's supposed to taste like, but I like what I made. If asked to describe the flavor, I could really only say this. It's warm. Perfectly warm. And with this in my mouth, I can understand a little of how my mom remembered Christmas feeling. Rick has already eaten his whole bowl. He clears his throat, then says in an exaggeratedly careful accent, Muchas gracias. Esta comida es muy buena. Me gusta. He's saying he's thank you. I love it. My mom gasps. I gape. You shouldn't gape. You knew this was coming. But it was a surprise for Mom, I'm glad. So here we are, got it sweeter. Rick looks terrified as he continues. Yo estoy aprendiendo español para hablar contigo porque te amo. I'm not getting all of it, but the important bit is I learned Spanish because I love you. My mom fully bursts into tears, which makes poor Rick look even more horrified. Did I do it wrong? He asks. No, I beam, because now I understand he wasn't trying to take anything away from me. He was just trying to fit better into our lives. I'm gonna cry. Why were you so mean, Maria? Do you not see how he's such a sweet bean? That was wonderful, my mom manages. Muy, muy bien. I was about to say buen. What the heck, Raven? Rick sighs in relief. He's actually sweating. He must have been so nervous. It's adorable, which I honestly cannot believe I'm thinking about Rick. I look at my mom, really look at her for the first time in years. She's beautiful, sweet, and soft and warm too. I wonder how we went this long without talking about things that mattered, and why it took a pot of rice pudding for me to be able to see that. Even though she's not aggressively affectionate, she's here. She's always been here for me. She's done the best she can. Ben's magic food. Ben's magic food. It's not really magic, but it might as well be magic because it's Ben's magic food. This is for you. Rick slides over a sheet of paper to me. Did I miss something? No, this is it. My mom gets up and stands behind him, squeezing his shoulder, so she knows and she's excited. The paper is a list of numbers. No, it's a bank statement for a savings account with $40,000 in it under my name. How? What? Where did this come from? I told you, my mom says. Rick started saving the day we moved in. Every bonus, everything we didn't need to live on. I'm gonna cry again. But I can't. What about you two? The mine won't last forever. You won't have any savings. Here I was, hoarding every penny I made so that I could run away to my own empty future. And here they were, saving every penny they made so that my future was a better one than their families gave them. I can't. It's so sweet. I'm so cry. I need to hit the cry button. Hello, Michael Psycho. Welcome and thank you for rating again. Hi, guys. How goes it? This story is getting super sweet. We're a very snippy little girl. She's been mean from the get. And we're at the part where we learn Mom and her boyfriend are actually really, really nice and super sweet. And you said, hola, part of the super sweet thing. Rick, Mom's boyfriend, learned Spanish to fit in with the family. He's so nice. It's so sweet. Anyway, I'm going to keep reading. Thank you for rating it. Take a break, leave as you need, Michael, but this is, I have to read this. It's too sweet. Okay. I am the worst person in the world. I'm crying, both out of gratitude and guilt. We'll be fine, my mom says. The mine has a few years left. We can find work anywhere. Rick's voice is soft and even. I always thought of it as monotonous, but it's more like the rice pudding. Gentle. Wherever you end up, we can move and get jobs. But this is your home, I say. Rick raises his eyebrows, surprised. Wherever you two are is my home. Two... ... He's probably thinking. He's trying to put his brain together. Eres mi casa. That probably wasn't right. He frowns. I smash them both into a hug. Rick clears his throat, clearly uncomfortable, but I don't care. I was wrong. I've been wrong for years. Being wrong feels amazing. So she's just understood. It's actually so sweet and adorable. We didn't realize just how sweet and adorable all of it was. I dream of being described as rice pudding someday. Yes. Aw. Okay. The story breaks and it picks up. On Christmas Eve, I show up at work to find Ben drizzling white chocolate onto peppermint bark. He's muttering to himself again. It looks like he hasn't slept. You're incredible. I throw my arms around him, hugging him from behind. He startles. What did I do? The rice pudding. It was perfect. He puts his hands on top of mine tentatively. You did that, remember? Oh, Ben, our magic elf. He's not really an elf, but I still call him. I'm gonna. Only because you let me borrow your magic. I've been hugging him for probably too long now. I don't want to let go. And now we're back from the crying, sweet, sentimental Christmas and into kissy book. But I begrudgingly release him and point at the peppermint bark. What's that for? I thought maybe Candy might like it. I don't know. I can't. It's not working. Nothing's working with her. He hangs his head, and his laugh has a note of bitterness that stings my heart. Maybe I was never magic to begin with. Maybe this whole thing is stupid. Ben, I need to tell you, and then she's interrupted. The animatronic Santa announces an arrival. I go up on my tiptoes and see the top of Jerry's head. Candy! He shouts. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. I'm gonna call this right here. Trigger warning. As I see that my stream is recovering from a little lag. Trigger warning. I get the feeling that this is going to be a confrontation with our abusive boyfriend, Jerry. And it's not our boyfriend, but it's Candy's boyfriend. And it's the guy we all know is bad news. So, trigger warning right here. You return just in time for a trigger warning, Cage. Warning, warning, warning. Jerry is a bad guy. We know he has an abusive boyfriend. And we're about to have a confrontation about this, I'm pretty sure. So, if you need to pop out, I understand. There's only a few pages left of this story, so I would say if you don't want to risk any of this, you could leave now. Yeah, and wait to come back until the... It's been current trigger this whole time? God damn it. What the hell you mean it's current trigger? Now reading. You can come back when it's no longer this story. Anyway, okay, here we go. So it's Jerry. He's here. He's shouting for candy. This is not a good sign. I push through the kitchen door with a scowl. Are you here to apologize? Jerry looks at me. His gaze is even, but his fists are clenched. For what? For your bratty girlfriend. If she was going to ditch her Christmas Eve shift and make me take it when I requested it when I requested it off a month ago, the least she could have done is let me know. Ben had to call me in when she didn't show. She isn't here? I gesture at the empty diner. If she were here, why would I be? Tell her if she's a no-show again, I'm calling Dottie. He takes a step closer, looming over me. Don't look scared, Maria. Look angry. So we're clearly lying. Did you break the stream, Dumna? Oh, we've been having issues with lags all night. It didn't fully break. But hi, Dumda. Yeah. If it broke the audio, where did we cut out? Where did we cut out, Cage? 'Cause this is juicy stuff. I don't want you to miss none of it. Merp. Talk to me. Tell me. Where should I start again from? Hello? Hello? I am concerned. I will just go back. I don't know where. Hi. Big delays. That's what's going on. Ugh, Raven, we know this, and yet we still are like, hello, talk to me now. That's just me. He yelled for candy. We say, are you here to apologize? Immediately at the ready with a lie. He gets all angry and he says, for what do you mean to apologize? For what? We say, for your bratty girlfriend. Blah, 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 blah. Give him the gist of she ditched, I don't know where, and now she's called me in. She isn't here, or else why would I be here? Oh, we dipped again? I hope you still heard. I'm assuming you still hear me as I do my summary. For the bratty girlfriend. If she was here. Okay, so audio didn't pick out, but okay. If she were here, why would I be here? She ditched, even though I asked for the time off a month ago. Why isn't she here? And she's like, she isn't here? Like, no. Why would I be here if she was here? And if she's a no-show again, I'm calling Dottie, a.k.a. the owner. Okay, he takes a step closer, looming over me. Don't look scared, Maria. Look angry. We're telling ourselves. Any idea where she is? I roll my eyes. She's not my girlfriend, dude. His nostrils flare, and then he leans even closer. Maria! Ben is leaning in the doorway, casually holding a thick rolling pin. He's ready with his sweet little version of a baseball bat. He's got the rolling pin. Oh, okay. I need some help back here. He nods at Jerry. Tell Candy to call next time she's not coming in, okay? Jerry storms out. I collapse against the counter, my heart racing. Thanks. I gesture at Ben's rolling pin. Where is Candy? What was that all about? Oh, thank goodness. Oh, I was so nervous. But I'm glad this is at least it. I'm like, what do we do now? She's halfway to an Amtrak station, a bus stop, on her way to live with an old high school friend. Rick picked her up at 4 this morning. Rick, thank God. Rick the hero. While Jerry was still on the night shift. when I told Mom and Rick about my new tip-funded escape plan, because she realized she was being selfish, I guess. So that's what we use the tips for. That's sweet. This time featuring Candy, because that was going to be her plan to escape Christmas, but now we're using it to help Candy. They didn't even hesitate because Mom had a bad experience. Okay. Thinking about it gives me a burst of affection for Rick. Silent, strange, gentle Rick. She's leaving? I guess Ben asks. Not leaving. Already gone. Ben follows me back to the kitchen. I dip my finger into the bowl of white chocolate and lick it. Unsanitary! You ruined it! Okay. You were wrong. You are magic. But people don't need to remember how it felt to be happy and safe in the past. They need to have hope that they can get there again in the future. And sometimes the only thing to make that happen is say, enough money to get away. His thick eyebrows lift. You gave her your savings. Turns out I didn't need to leave so soon after all. His whole face, eyes, mouth, eyebrows, even his crooked nose, is one big smile as he says, You're not leaving? Not until this fall when I go to college. I guess I like Christmas after all. Lately it's been feeling extra ... magical. He leans forward. I tip my head up, waiting, when we're interrupted by Santa. Ho freaking ho. I might be okay with Christmas, but Santa is still the worst. Santa freaking cock-blocked them. Okay, and then it breaks and it picks up. The rest of the day flies by with a bunch of road warriors and even more locals than normal. They all want to double-check Ben's posted Christmas dinner menu as though there's any doubt they'll be here. It used to be the most depressing day of the year to work, but tomorrow promises to be a party. My mom and Rick will be off in time to come to dinner. My mom is even making the tamales. They're making tamales. Ben and I don't have a chance to talk again. He's extra busy with today's orders, plus prep for tomorrow, but his eyes follow me everywhere, and we keep sharing smiles that feel like secrets. By the time the last customer leaves, we're both slap-happy and exhausted. I have so much more work to do. He rubs his face, leaving a streak of flour on his cheek. I lean into him and wipe it away with my thumb. He tips his head down, closer. I put my fingers on his lips, squashing the moment, and his very soft lips. I've got some work to do. I laugh as I dart away. I finish my cleaning in record time and then sneak out the front door. The logistics of what I'm planning next will be tricky. The likelihood of second-degree burns is high. Oh no, what does that mean? Oh dear God. It breaks and it's up. 45 minutes later, and with only one minor scalding, I knock on the back door to the diner. Ben opens it, a rolling pin clutched over his head. He lowers it sheepishly. Thought maybe you were Candy's boyfriend. Ha! No, follow me. Where are we? And he's interrupted. Just follow me. I climb up. Okay, so they're going to the roof again. When I'm safely on the roof, the ladder squeaks its metal protests against Ben's weight. Then his head, his adorable, goofy smile of a face, pokes up over the edge. I hold up a hand and help him up. I don't let go of it as we walk the edge of the roof and stare down at Christmas. The beauty I always had to look up to the sky to see has transported itself down to this ramshackle town. As we watch, Angel and a few other guys from the mine finish setting up a huge Christmas tree in the middle of the gas station parking lot. It gleams and twinkles in the night. Lorna comes out of the station and screams about trespassing before breaking into peals of shockingly sweet laughter and handing out free beers. Free! More people join them, and from up here, it doesn't look like a throwaway free exit. A throwaway freeway exit. It looks like a warm, happy community. It looks like, well, Christmas. I tug Ben away from the edge and over to a cardboard box that I've set up in the front of the lawn chairs. The box is covered by red and white checkered tablecloth. On top of it are 2 mugs, 2 candy canes, a kettle, and a canister of whipped cream. We sit holding hands. Christmas Eve is my favorite, I say. I think the anticipation is more fun than anything else. I kind of lost that. The idea that something, food, traditions, an arbitrary date on the calendar can be special because we decide it should be. Because we make it special, not just for ourselves, but for others. I've had people around my whole life to make things special for me, even when I didn't notice it, and you've been working so hard to make life special for everyone who walks into this ridiculous diner, so who is making it special for you? He looks down. The bashful sweep of his eyelashes against his cheek makes my heart burst with something that is probably not the Christmas spirit, but which feels every bit as joy to the world. What food would you make for yourself? I nudge him with my elbow as an excuse to snuggle closer. All of those practice nudges are finally paying off. Practice nudges. I don't know. I don't have a lot of happy memories to fall back on. Well, I'm creating a happy moment for you. Tonight, right now. Keep in mind I'm not magic. I pour water into the mugs, already filled with hot cocoa mix. He laughs as he unwraps his candy cane to stir with. I take the whipped cream and swirl it, towering over the tops of both mugs. If I'm a gingerbread cookie, you're a mug of hot cocoa. Makes you glad for cold nights like tonight. We can call this drink a hot cocoa Benji. Not Benji. Tell me, what is Ben short for? Maybe it's just Ben, sir, ma'am, whatever. He smiles, licking cream from the corner of his mouth. It's a family name. There's this famous story about someone who was mean in his past, but then woke up to the horrors he was creating for himself, and he vows to go forward being kind and doing good and keeping Christmas in his heart year-round. Dios mío, Ben is short for the Grinch? No, it's Ebenezer. From the Dickens story. And you knew what I was talking about all along, didn't you? I laugh, and he joins me. Sometimes you're more spice than sugar, he says. You're a chef, you like spices. But I'll stick with calling you Ben, if that's okay. Otherwise, you sound like an old man. Ebenezer. By all means, he says. Also, this cocoa is the best I've ever had. A liar. Are you sure you don't want to go to culinary school with me? I snort, raising my mug to toast him. Totally sure, but maybe we can find a college and a culinary school close by each other. I smile into my mug and take a deep drink to quell my nerves. Because, once a girl has had your gingerbread, how could she ever accept anything else? Is that some sort of pickup line? Some sort of waitress pickup line? Yes, absolutely. And then, as Christmas Eve turns into Christmas, anticipation becomes reality. We share a cocoa and whipped cream kiss. It's hopeful and happy and exciting, exactly how kissing Ben should be, our mouths smiling together. And then it breaks and it picks up. If you do a search for U.S. cities named Christmas, which, fine, everyone needs hobbies. Okay, that's a much different response than the last time. How did you make that guy so big? Look at him, he's so big. You gigantified my little dude. Look at him, he's giant. And he looks normal sized in the chat, but he's so big in the side chat. Oh my gosh. Okay, sorry. She's had a much different feeling about this now. Here we go. She says, which is fine. You won't find my home. It's not a city. It's barely a freeway exit. But she called it her home. You won't find Angel grinning and bursting with pride, showing off his new paintings. Ooh. The only non-Christmas themed decorations hanging over the diner walls. You won't find Lorna organizing the Christmas book club and asking Ben's opinion on what to serve for snacks. You won't find Rick and my mom and me sitting on the couch watching the Bonanza DVDs dubbed in Spanish we got for him for his birthday. Oh, that's so cute. You won't find Candy. Neither will Jerry, for that matter. And you won't find Ben and me sitting on the roof, talking and laughing and planning in our warm, friendly, hopeful, census-designated place. But it doesn't matter anymore if you can't find my home. I found it myself. The end! It started out so mean. Very befitting to have a love interest that is named after the Scrooge, Ebenezer Scrooge. I think that's perfect. How do you do the biggie? Did you have to do? You did. You had bits for that. I'm gonna count it. You spent bits. We should be dropping money, Frogs. There's bits. So there's money, Frogs. Thank you very much. You spent bits to make a big old frog. Big old frog. But hi, Dark Storm. Good morning. Big frog means big sandwich, right? Stop trying to eat the frogs. Stop being cannibals, you little shits. Thank you for the stretch. I'll do that. And I guess it's time for redeems. So, do you have any triggers? We're going to start with dice in a second, but I got to do my big stretch. Big stretch. Just like a big frog. Oh, okay. No, a bit more hydrate would be good. Okay, arranging things. Because we need to do that. Oh, snap. That's legit. I'm out. What is? Moving this. Making room for the dice. Everything's gone everywhere. It's a mess. But I'll fix it up. Okay. Okay, we'll start with dice. If there's any other triggers, this is the time for you to request those, folks. Here we go. There we go. Oh, and it dipped out. How rude. Wi-Fi, you little shit. Get your shit together. He's working on it. Oh, there we go. Disappointed. Alright, I'm gonna move the mic into place. Typing. That sounds a good one. I'm realizing what time it is, and we may or may not end up going a little bit over time, I think. We'll see. But okay, let's move the mic and do dice. So I'm gonna mute for a second while I move mic. Okay, the mic is back up. Oh, I forgot typing still though. Damn it. Okay. We have all that. Okay. Oh, yawn. Okay, I'll move mic back. We'll do typing. Then we'll do our library. We'll rage puff. We'll stretch. I think I'm gonna be running overtime tonight because of story length. So I'm gonna do a BRB right after the rage puffing. Run the ad then. Do my good big old stretch then. Just warning you guys. But yeah, sounds like a good plan. Okay, we'll move Mike into typing place. Here we go. Well, that's still not how that works, Raven. I was just wishing we had a yawn redeem, and then you did. Don't say that. I'm gonna yawn. Fuck you, Andy. Oh, that's one that I was supposed to steal from Vi. The fuck you redeem. Oh, I gotta get that one. That's what I should do. Okay, we're doing typing. I'm gonna mute and move mic. Okay. Hi, man. That wasn't at you, Mask. Oh, shut. No. Okay, I'm gonna mute again and go back. Hello. The mic is no longer pointed kind of at my computer, so you can't hear the little fan that always goes. I see that you thought that was for you. You're working on a demo reel. Mask? What do you mean? That one was for me. I worked hard to earn it. Don't take it from me. Yeah, Andy worked hard for that. Mine now. No. Mask. This is why you get your reputation. That. Okay, I'll get another out of her when we can both have one. Well, now I don't want it anymore. I need to make one of those. I don't know. Like, you might have some good grammar sometimes, but you just spelt grammar. It's your typing. It's not the grammar. I wasn't typing, I was just rolling my R. Okay, yeah, sure. I want demo real voice acting. I want to get in shows and games. I want to do voice acting. Ray was just gonna pout for a minute because you reminded her of things. Okay, I did the typing. It's time for page stuffs and then rage stuffs. No, don't be sorry, just I should do that too. We're gonna stop getting existential crisis right now. Yay! The honk bonked you for it. No. Honk! What are you doing? Why you bonk? You should confess it was love bonk. Confess. You believe in me? Thank you. But will casting believe in me? The true question here. Andy hitting him with the ball. Andy stepping in to protect Mask despite Mask stealing the fuck you? Well, a little too high. What's a little too high? Oh, the love. I wouldn't even pay attention because that's obviously too low. You need to have at least 80%. You can have the fuck yous are all Andy's. Andy earned them. Andy. Yeah, going from your all cozy sweet straight into what is, I imagine, a scrumped. Not quite a scrumped, but nearly a scrumped. Yes. Okay, it's Paige's time. What the heck? The fuck yous are at this rate. I wanted to bonk a goose. I mean, yeah, I'm so heroic and strong. Oh, good. Okay. Hi, yes. Yeah, it is. It is based. Let's do the library sound, huh? Okay. We start with little book, as always. At this point, should I even bother saying it? That sounds awful. Yeah. big book. Flip it. And now we'll do page flipping. Or whatever that is. Oops. There we go. New book. And now the big book. There is our page flipping. Alright. Now, the long awaited, the oft whispered of rage puffin. Oops. And overdid the F's. Too many F's. Okay, here we go. What did you get? But wait, I can't you got what? That went surprisingly quickly. I was really in it. I was fully immersed. As my volume was real low. Yes, I concur. Indeed, madam. It's more of a... Yeah, alright, so, sure. You guy, I can't see, but there's just too much. It's but these are getting so hard to do. I'll join part one. I should try sometime. I am curious to see the different interpretations of a rage puff. I definitely threw in a "that's not fair" somewhere in there. It was in my head at least. I could have sworn that it was a little bit in my words, but they're not supposed to be words, so it's okay. Different interpretations of a rage puff. That wasn't on your bingo card? Hey, shut up, Ben. Alright, with that, I'm going to run... I'm going to run a full 1 minute ad, and then, in theory, we will try to... Or we do 2 1 minute ads. Which one would you guys prefer? You don't make the cards. Herbert does. Wait, didn't I have you pointed at the wall? Why are you pointing at me now? That's concerning. Anyway. Either a 1 minute ad now. Yeah, I'm a little nervous. I think it was just like I had bread brain last night, so I'm not gonna have the best memory. But I don't know. Either 1 minute ad now or a half minute ad, and then later when we do another break, a half minute, and we go overtime. Cause it's gonna be a long story. I don't know how long it's gonna take. But I'm gonna be running overtime. I'm fairly certain. That's my bet. Ah. What is this? Did I may have missed? Oh no, that was just old. Okay. Sad. Alright. Either way, I need to do a quick run. I'll do 30 seconds. And... No, I'll do a minute, because I gotta walk away anyway. I'm gonna do a stretch, and I'm gonna do a bathroom break. And then we'll be back very soon for the next story. I will drop the illustration as soon as I'm back. So here's an ad. I am warning you, but I will be back soon. Okay. Here we go. Ad time. Ad time. Whoop whoop. Sorry. am retarded. Hello. Hello. So, this is our next story as my voice breaks away. Ooh, the frogs are revolting. Get the bread, lettuce, tomatoes, and pickles. Make them regret everything. You're awful, and you eat them with pickles. Stop trying to eat my freaking frogs. So rude. Stop. You are a follower of Horbert. Does that mean that the cult doesn't eat the frogs? Well, at least they've got that going for them. Now I'm so stuck. Is it the Bonk side or the Horbert followers? Which should I prefer? Oh no. Anyway. Next story has been dropped in the Discord, so you can see the little illustration there. And I had my little stretch. So, I thought Herbert doesn't eat frogs. That's what you just said. It would be absurd for him to eat frogs. Be bad. Anyway, where was I? Well, it's been saying that we're rage puffing this whole time. We're not. Babe. Wait, I can't join the cult and enjoy frogs. I can't imagine that they would be going cohesively, but I mean, I'm not in the cult. Mask is the one that says that. Hey, don't go away. I was trying to edit that. Stop it. Cooperate. While Raven takes a bit to put up the frickin' story title. Let's see. There is a hat in here, and I'm excited if it is a Southern story or not. This one is by Allie Carter, whomsoever, and star of Bethlehem. Checking spelling there. Yeah. Here we go. Oh, there is our story. And this is why I do the double spacing. Look at that. Oh, okay. That looks better. Okay. I don't like the spacing on these letters. Do we at least get coffee and rum in the cult? Lots of coffee, infinite coffee, all the coffee. I love coffee. Okay, but what about the rum? Where is all the rum going? You guys are only a little concerning. Herbert. Back to stories. Let's skip away from that. Into the stories. As Christmas stories go, this one isn't as sad as it could be. I'm not Tiny Tim. There were no ghosts of Christmas past, present, or future. We just met Ebenezer in the last one. I would hope there's none of that. And we did already have ghosts in that story way back at the beginning, but... all told, it is a tale of completely free of angels and elves, wise men, and shepherds. Even Santa didn't make an appearance. Nope. As it turns out, I was visited by Hulda. Well, what the heck does this mean? Though based on the photo... Woo, I'm trying to pick a place for our halfway break, because we'll need it. Based on the photo, I don't know which country that is, but it's giving Scandinavia, right? So I get the feeling it's one of those kind of things. Double spacing really is grammar. Shut up! I don't do it like double spacing as grandma is only like after periods. That's what they did. I do it in this particular font because it shoves all the letters together. I mean, I didn't do a double spacing between Allie and Cardi, and look at that. Allie and Carter looks like it's the same word. It's not. I'll show you. This is it. Without a space. The letters overlap, for frick's sake. So that's why I like the double space. But when you do auto quick double space, it gives a period. So I have to do slow double space. And now it looks like they're separate words. Thank goodness. See? You thought it was the same word. This is why I double space. I'm not grandma. I'm critiquing the fonts. Made me all angry. Should have had that on. Okay. Ramble aside. Back to the frickin' story. Thank you. Vindication. Vindication. Okay. Wherever the hell we were visited by Hulda. That's where we were. Yes, yes, I heard her voice high and clear through the crowd of people who stood too close, wearing coats that were too heavy. Our collective breath clung to the windows, almost hiding the sight of the 747 that was waiting right outside. I shifted on my feet, wondering if there was any place on earth more chaotic than Chicago O'Hare Airport 5 days before Christmas. Families ran for connections. Carols played over a scratchy PA system while people stood crowded together, waiting. But for some reason, I couldn't stop staring at the blonde girl leaning against the counter at gate H18. New York, the girl said. I will go there, please, now. Her voice carried an accent that I couldn't quite place. It's gonna be Scandinavian. Name like Hulda. Blonde. Accent. It's gonna be something like Norwegian. My guess. Hi, May. Oh, thank you for the hug. Aww. Okay. Raven is more like an older sister, though. Kind of want her to grab me by the neck and chuck me across a football stadium. Yeet! I'll just yeet you across. There's a big toss. Do you weigh much? I don't know if I'll be able to toss you that far. Punt. Ooh, big kick with the deer legs. Ooh. Punt that little runt like a football. That does imply Andy is small if he is runt. That would make it easier. Lamau ye, do it. You little shit. Hi, May. Glad you were here to see this. Let's get back to this possibly Norwegian, definitely Scandinavian person that we are apparently meeting in Chicago Airport who is asking to go to New York. Now. Her voice, Carrie, good morning. I'm getting ready for work. Wanted to stop by for love and support. Oh, thank you. I need to visit you more, but our schedules don't line up quite right. And I am rarely on Twitch when I am not streaming. If I watch people's, it's on YouTube and not Twitch. You got YouTube, May? Maybe I'll go over there. Okay. I got focus. Her accent couldn't place the consonants so precise, like someone who is very worried she might not be understood. She slid her ticket towards the gate agent, then forced a smile, an afterthought. Please. The agent took one glance at the piece of paper and forced a smile of her own. Oh, I'm sorry, but this isn't a ticket to New York. The blonde girl rolled her eyes. Yes, that is why I stand in this line and talk to you. You can change it to New York. No? It is okay. I will wait. The gate agent shook her head and punched a few keys on her computer. True to her word, the girl waited. No, I'm sorry, the gate agent said a moment later. Your ticket is non-exchangeable and non-refundable. Do you understand? I am Icelandic. I am not moronic. Aha! Iceland. I'm not that far off, but I was a bit off. I was a good bit off. That's where she's from. Okay. Much appreciated. Good work. Hug, hug. Cuties. Sweeties. Okay. Of course, yes, it's just that... The agent trailed off, looking for words. I'm afraid that this ticket cannot be used on this flight, and even if it could, this flight is full. But I must go to New York. I thought I could fly to where this ticket takes me and then take a bus or train to New York, but it is very far. In Iceland, the distances, they are not so far. And now I am going to a place I do not want to go, to see someone I do not wish to see, and... I'm sorry, the gate agent shook her head. She interrupted also. You can purchase a ticket for New York. We have another flight leaving at 6 a.m. tomorrow. If you wish to go to New York, you must buy a ticket for that flight. But I have a ticket, the girl snapped and pushed her old ticket forward again. That's not how that works, honey. Meanwhile, another gate agent was approaching the door, propping it open as she announced, Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Flight 479 with non-stop service to New York's LaGuardia Airport. The lady behind the counter gave a desperate look to the even more desperate girl. You will either need to buy a ticket for a later flight or go to your original destination. But my boyfriend is in New York, and if you could only change my ticket. This flight is full, but I do not love him. The woman looked confused. Your boyfriend in New York? No, the girl shook her head and shrugged. My other boyfriend. Okay. Wonder if that's a reference to something. Is it a reference? Is it a reference? Okay. Oh, the woman said, her mouth forming a perfect circle. Then she leaned closer. A kindness filled her eyes. Are your parents here? The girl shook her head. I am alone. And right then, I totally knew the feeling. I watched the girl push away from the desk and start through the crowd of people that swarmed, jockeying for position at the gate as the gate agent announced, We would like to welcome our first-class passengers at this time. En masse, the crowd took another step forward, jostling the girl, who dropped her bag and wiped her eyes. Her footsteps faltered. And that was when I did it. I don't know why I did it. I wasn't even a conscious thought, a decision. Instinct alone was driving me as I stepped forward and blurted, You want to go to New York? It might be. I used to watch a series that had a combat pilot. 479er in it, which is a really specific number, which is why I think, ooh, maybe it is. Or it was a random number they found. Flip a coin. Okay, you want to go to New York? The girl looked at me, confused, but before she could even answer, I thrust my own ticket toward her and said, Here, take it. You can have it if you give me yours. But that is your ticket. You can have it. We can trade. Here. I waved my ticket, but the girl glanced nervously at the gate agent standing by the door. It's okay, they don't check IDs during the boarding process, I told her. This is inaccurate. They do check IDs. At least most places. I'm pretty sure. Give me your ticket and go. I could practically see what she was thinking. I was a teenage girl too. We were about the same height, the same weight. To anyone in that heavily secured airport, we might have even looked like sisters. It's not like I was a creepy dude asking her to get into my van. But the offer probably sounded too good to be true, which meant it probably was. Are you allowed to trade tickets? No, your name's on it. They absolutely do check IDs. But apparently they look very similar. So they could probably pull off trading IDs as well, but I don't think they're gonna. Hey, suspension of disbelief. We're gonna just run with it, alright? We're just doing it, okay? Sure, they could totally do it. Also, I like the idea. I think this could be interesting. But anyway, alright. She hesitated, then snatched the ticket from my hand, held hers out to me. Go ahead. I motioned toward the open door. You're boarding. She pointed to another open door a few gates away, another mass of crowding people. So are you. Gonna run with it. Thanks. It really was that easy, believe it or not. I started toward the open doors. For the first time in my life, I did not look back, not until I heard the girl call, "You don't even know where I was going." I shrugged and shook my head and said the only thing that mattered. If you just want to go away, then any ticket will get you there. True. Very true. Story breaks and it picks up. Miss? The voice came through the blackness, and yet I did not move. Miss? The flight attendant seemed almost sorry. It's time. We're here. That's when I realized the plane was on the ground. All the other passengers were gone, the lights were down, and the tarmac was dark. Wherever the girl was going, I was there. Walking through the nearly deserted terminal, I made a list of what I had to do. I had enough cash for a hotel and a car, but they'd never rent one to a minor, especially a minor traveling alone. I took the battery out of my phone, knowing I'd need to buy a burner. I would have to. Ooh. Have to buy a burner. Where are we going? What are we running from? We're totally gonna trade boyfriends, basically. The one going to New York and us going to this. Where is this kid's parents? Where are both the kids' parents? We're running. I don't think anybody cares. I think we're all bi. And I think we are probably, as most of these stories have been, though in this case a minor, somewhere around near adult age, technical adult age. So, old enough that we could have feasibly been, well, what's the word, when you become an adult on your own, or you separate from parents legally? I don't know, I forget it. Anyway, so we'd have to buy a burner. I would have to, Hulda, someone yelled. Remember, we look like the girl we traded with. I looked at the crowd of people waiting just outside of security. Hulda! The woman at the front of the crowd yelled again. A massive "Welcome to your new home, Hulda" banner unfurled in front of her. We're so glad you're here. As she rushed forward, she must have crossed into a secure area because an alarm started sounding, both in my head and out of it. This was dangerous. This was wrong. This woman was invading territory that was better left roped off, secured, barricaded, and impenetrable to intruders. But the breach had already happened, and I let myself give in to the hug. I don't think we were talking about the technical security of the airport. I think we were talking about our personal space. Well, look at you! The woman held me at arm's length. You changed your hair. I thought back to the short blonde locks on the girl in the airport, the girl with the accent, the girl from Iceland, the girl these people were evidently waiting for. I felt myself starting to panic, needing to run. You look so different from your picture, the woman said, and I managed to breathe. The girl these people had evidently only seen in pictures. Maybe they wouldn't get suspicious, call security, the police. Maybe I could just bide my time and slip away quietly and ... Well, what am I doing? Hogging all the hugging. Ethan! The woman yelled. She looked around, and I followed her gaze to the boy who was walking around the corner. He wore Wranglers and boots and a plaid shirt heavy with starch. Until then, I'd thought boys like him only existed on the cover of romance novels. Okay, so he's hot. You changed your hair and your eyes and also your face. Yeah. Okay, but oh no, there's a pretty boy named Ethan. He must have been shocked by the looks of me too, because he stopped short, frozen in the process of sliding a phone back into his pocket. Hulda's words came back to me. I don't love him. My other boyfriend. They're always hot in these stories, Raven. No! slams book on my own thighs. I think sometimes the main character of the story calls themselves not pretty. That's it. That's the only time they're not. But anyways, moving on. Ethan, the woman yelled. She's here. I started to spin, but I was too late. He was already there, looking at me. I could see the truth playing across his face, the realization that I was not an Icelandic girl named Hulda. I was not his girlfriend. It's... The boy started, and mentally I filled in the blanks. An imposter, a liar, a fraud. He moved closer. So good to see you, the boy said. And then he kissed me. And then the story breaks. What if we ended it there? What a cliffhanger that would be. Okay. Picks up. So it turns out that if you swap tickets with a girl who doesn't want to go see her boyfriend, then there's a good chance said boyfriend will meet you at the airport, along with his entire family. This is Aunt Mary, the boy, Ethan said, pointing to the woman with the really good hugs. You'll be staying with her, he added before pointing to the others. My mom, Susan, Dad, Clint. Clint took my hand in his big, beefy, calloused one, but he gave me a warm smile. Welcome. His voice had a soft southern twang. Oh, no! Here comes the southern. It was supposed to be southern this whole time. This is Aunt Mary. My mom, Susan, Dad, Clint. Welcome. His voice had a soft southern twang. I guess it should be softer than me. But anyway, I'm going for it. Oh, and that's Emily. She's my sister. Ethan said as Emily looked up at me with the biggest, bluest eyes that I've ever seen. I'm pretty sure she could see right through me. I'm 12, she said before I could ask. I'm older than I look. I'm 12. You're immediately much better than the other 12-year-old girl that we read in this book. She was scary. Okay, we were walking toward the baggage claim, past a nativity scene where all of the wise men were dressed like cowboys, when the boy's mom looked at me and asked, So is this your first trip to Oklahoma? Oh, it's Oklahoma. Oklahoma. Middle of the country. Middle of nowhere. Approximately 1,000 miles from New York. Another 1,000 from L.A. It was perfect. And I'm curious if we've even spoken yet. I'm still scared of her. Just shaky little poor little guy. Oh, he's so cute. But yes, she was. Okay, so we haven't spoken yet, I don't think, which means that there was the kiss, and then he was immediately, this is my Aunt Mary. But here we go. We're talking. First time, I said. There was a long pause while everyone waited for me to do something. I felt like an animal at the zoo, an exhibit called Icelandic Girl in the Wild. But I wasn't an Icelandic girl, and I couldn't tell them. And I couldn't let them know that. Does that mean that we put on a bad copy of the Icelandic accent? Or are we just talking like we normally do? Quick, what does Icelandic accent sound like? First time, I said. I don't know. The best guess I have is the yoo-hoo, big summer blowout. Should I do that one? It'll be a really silly story if I do this. Jump in between yoo-hoo and I'm 12. I'm going with it. This is going to be silly as hell. Okay. It's nice to meet you all, I tried. Because I didn't do the other one. This is where I watch my family die. Was that supposed to be Ethan? This is where I watch my family die. Or was that like from an Icelandic thing that I don't know? I'm gonna guess. Okay, I'm gonna flip back to New York, the girl said. I will go there, please. Now. Please. I'm Icelandic. I am not moronic. But I must go to New York. I thought I could fly to where this ticket takes me and then take a bus or a train to New York. But it is very far. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm so sorry. In Iceland, the distances, they are not so far. And now I am going to a place I do not want to go to see someone I do not wish to see, but I have a ticket. I'm not. It's me doing something that is definitely not Icelandic, and I've said it. It's just based on the yoo-hoo big summer blowout. I'm losing it. But I do not love him. Oh, that's better. That's awful. No, my other boyfriend. I am alone. This sounds less like a bad one. I'm not going to be able to do Icelandic, but I'm going to theorize that our attempt at Icelandic is going to be as bad as mine. Yeah. So, we're going to go with it. It'll be a pile of garbage. It's nice to meet you all. My goodness, Aunt Mary started. Ethan said your English was good, but it's perfect, just perfect. Oh, no, never mind. We never put on an accent. It's nice to meet you all, I tried. My goodness, Aunt Mary started. Ethan said your English was good, but it's perfect, just perfect. I watch a lot of American TV, so she's doing a little bit maybe of a thing, I said, and they all nodded as if that made sense. Okay, let's get your bags. Clint clapped his hands together. Oh, I don't. But before I could finish, a huge suitcase came around the conveyor belt, a giant sticker of the Icelandic flag plastered to the side. I guess that's mine. Ethan being a homie and not ratting us out. Well, he might not actually know either. He kissed us. I don't think that he's unaware, but maybe. Where was we? What if there was someone else from Iceland that had gone and we just steal their luggage? I mean, imagine that moment. We're like, oh yeah, that's mine. And we pull it off the conveyor belt. And then, big summer blowout comes charging in. It's like, don't take my luggage. That is mine. We're like, oh, right. It just looks like mine. And then there's nothing else that looks like it would obviously be ours. And we'll be like, I guess they lost mine. I guess. Ooh. That's the best plan we got. Hello, Sally Bosco. Thank you for the follow. And thank you for dropping those dances. Let's drop some more dances. I'm going to drop this Cajun Doro dance. Look at that. Can't wait for the plot twist that the Icelandic girl wasn't actually Icelandic and this is some random person's logo. Yeah. I think I'm ready for that too. I think that's what's gonna happen. It's very possible. Okay. I guess this is mine. Clint went to grab the old-fashioned suitcase, lifting the giant thing as if it weighed nothing at all. I had to wonder how long Hulda was expected to stay. But that didn't matter. I wasn't Hulda. I think it does matter because for all intents and purposes, you are Hulda right now. Okay, story breaks, it picks up. So, Hulda, Ethan asked, and it took an embarrassingly long time to realize he was talking to me. Yes, Evan, I asked. Ethan, he whispered. My name is Ethan. You might want to remember that since you just flew halfway around the world because you were so in love with me. Oh, he is being a real one and not ratting us out. He has noticed. I studied his profile in the dim light of the back seat of his parents' SUV as it pulled away from the airport. His jaw was strong and he kept his gaze straight ahead, as if trying to stare down the horizon. You're never going to get away with this, you know, pretending to be Hulda. Hulda is fine, I told him. I didn't gag her and shove her in a closet if that's what you're thinking. Oh, I know. She called to tell me that she didn't get on the plane. She asked me to look out for you, and that is the only reason I'm going to go along with this crazy stunt. Hulda is a good person. You did her a favor, so I'm doing you a favor because... Oh, I forgot. He's Southern. What the hell? Oh, I know. She called to tell me that she didn't get on the plane. She asked me to look out for you, and that is the only reason I'm going along with this crazy stunt. Hulda is a good person, and you did her a favor, so I'm doing you a favor because... He trailed off, then he looked at me anew. Are you in some kind of trouble? No, because if you are, if there's something about you that brings trouble to my family, I'm not in any trouble. Because girls always trade plane tickets with strangers in airports. They're always flying off to meet some stranger's boyfriend. That's funny. According to the people in this car, you're Hulda's boyfriend, but Hulda doesn't think so. What's your point? We all have secrets. He turned and stared straight ahead again. I went on a foreign exchange trip to Iceland last summer. And the corners of Ethan's mouth turned up in something not quite resembling a smile. What happens in Iceland stays in Iceland. I'll keep that in mind. He glanced back at me. So what's in it for you? I didn't want to go to New York. What's in New York? Aunt Mary was leaning between the front seats talking to Ethan's mother and father. Emily was wearing headphones. I could hear faint traces of music as she closed her eyes, fading in and out of sleep. Oh, I don't go. Ethan and I were alone in the last row, but the SUV was too quiet. Someone might overhear, get suspicious, find out. Ooh, thank you for the follow, Vexing Cat. Fun name, I like it a lot. So, here's some dances. Bap, bap, bap. Dance, dance, dance. Welcome, welcome. Okay. Someone might overhear. Where was that? I needed to get away. Oh, you've got food? Don't make me jealous, Mask, you little shit. Oh, look at that little doggo. And his smile. Sweetie. Oh, yes, nice dance. Okay. Easily distracted Raven. Okay. Someone might overhear, get suspicious, find out. It's okay. I'll get foods in an hour and a bit, you know, when the story is done. Okay, fast free. I swore right then that no one would ever find out. I needed to get away, okay? I saw my chance and I took it. I'll be out of your hair and you can stop mending your broken heart or whatever just as soon as we stop. I will disappear and you will never have to see me again. I expected him to protest, to complain that I was putting him in an impossible situation. I didn't expect him to actually say, "You can't just run away." But I was not in the mood to hear what I couldn't do. The list had been too extensive for too long. You can't eat that. You can't go there. You can't be this. Ooh. We didn't tell him he knew. The him being a real one was accurate. He had gone on an exchange trip to Iceland last summer, and whatever happens in Iceland stays in Iceland, he says. So he knew we weren't Hulda. Hulda actually had called and said to keep an eye out for us because she was not getting on the plane. So she had her chat. You can't run away. No, he said, you can't just run away. It's a very important distinction. You can't run away is concerning. You can't just run away is a good deal softer. It's a, well, you gotta, there's stuff you gotta do, or you gotta look after yourself, or there must be someone that cares about you. There's some degree of something. But there's something. It's a pleading. It's softer. It's so much softer, whereas you can't run away is very demanding. Pleading versus demanding is the difference that makes it all. I'm just saying. So apparently we'd been told for a long time of what we couldn't do. Can't eat that, can't go there, can't be this, and that sounds concerning. But, picking up, Ethan didn't know that I was in that SUV bound to nowhere because I had solemnly sworn to never let anyone tell me what I could or could not do ever again, so I leaned closer. Watch me. But he only laughed. No, you don't understand. I know my father, and there is no way this vehicle stops until we get home. So I'll split as soon as we get there. But that must have been hilarious because Ethan just laughed harder. What's so funny? I asked. But he sank lower in his seat, closed his eyes, and whispered, You'll see, not Huldah. You will soon see. Oh boy, I'm ready. Story breaks and up. In case you were wondering, by soon, Ethan meant 4 hours later. That's how long I sat squeezed into the back seat listening to Huldah's fake boyfriend snore. He kept his cap pulled low over his eyes, so I sat alone in the dark vehicle staring out over the lights of the towns in the distance and the red glow of the tail lights of the trucks that passed by. When Clint finally pulled off the interstate and onto a small highway, I thought we must be almost there, but it was another hour before we turned onto a narrow gravel road that wound and curved through the darkness. Yeah, I guess we've never been in farmland before, because this is about how that go. The lights of the city were long gone. There were only stars, millions of stars. Honestly, it was like we were the only people on Earth when Clint stopped beside a small white house with a wrap-around porch and said, We're here. This is your house? I asked Ethan as we crawled out of the back seat. No, Ethan yawned. And I'm gonna yawn too. And I realized it must be after midnight. Aunt Mary lives here. We're next door. I turned to look, but saw only dark hills beneath that blanket of stars, a moon so large that it felt like I could touch it. With next door being about a half-mile on the other side of that ridge, Ethan pointed to the darkness. A cold wind blew my hair into my face, jolting me awake. I watched as Clint carried Huldah's huge suitcase up the stairs and through a door that opened without a key. That's when I realized I was literally in a place where people didn't lock their doors at night, and the distance to the nearest neighbor was measured in miles. Yeah, Huldah didn't realize that things were so far apart, and we didn't realize that we were headed to such a place that is so far apart. Neither of these blonde girls knew what was going on where they were headed. If all I wanted was to go away, then I'd have done it. But Aunt Mary was beaming at me. Ethan's parents were giving me hugs and wishing me good night, and Ethan kept looking at me as if he expected me to bolt off into the darkness at any moment. I had to congratulate myself on finding the perfect place to hide. It was a shame I couldn't stay. Oh, who says you won't? Story breaks. You got everything you need, sweetie? Aunt Mary knocked on the bedroom door as it swung open. If she thought it was weird that I was still sitting on the bed with my backpack on my lap, she didn't say so. Do you need some help unpacking? She pointed to Huldah's huge suitcase, but I shook my head. No, thank you. That's okay. She crossed her arms and leaned against the doorframe. You've got 5 months to settle in. 5 months. A whole semester. I tried to imagine living in a tiny white farmhouse in the middle of nowhere for almost half a year. I had one bar on my cell phone. I checked before removing the battery again, and there was no cable TV. Could a person even live like this? Then I thought about the unlocked door, the big Christmas tree, and the handmade stocking already hanging on the mantel. The name Huldah sewn on in green sequins. And I knew that, for some people, the answer absolutely was yes. Oh, wait, where's... Your house is nice, I told her. It's old, like me, Aunt Mary laughed, and it's empty now that my husband and little girl aren't here, but it's mine. I was born here, you know. She glanced at the old building as if expecting it to finish her story. This was my room when I was your age, and then it was my daughter's room, and now it's yours. She gave me a wide smile. We're glad you're here, Huldah. I'm very glad to be here, I said, because it was the first lie that came to mind. For a second, though, I thought it must not have been the right lie because Aunt Mary looked as if she knew there was something wrong with Huldah, wrong with me. Then she shook her head. I just can't get over how good your English is. It's, very typical, my guys. Okay, thank you, I said, and remembered what Ethan had told me on the drive. Ethan helped me with it when he was in Iceland last summer. Of course, he's a good boy, Aunt Mary said, but then something in the woman's countenance grew serious. She studied me anew. I would hate for him to get hurt. I looked into her big brown eyes. I would hate that too. And at that moment I meant it. I swear I really did. Yes, that's what they were looking like, that little squid. Why would he get hurt? Because everybody's like, hey, lady, you better treat him right. That's what they're about. Hey, we love him. You better love him. Be good. That's all they're saying. Okay. Drops off. Picks up. She's so quiet. I could make out the words, but I couldn't place the voice or the room or the house or the overwhelming stillness that seemed to permeate everything around me. There were no honking horns, no dinging elevators or room service carts being pushed down anonymous, never-ending hallways. That was when I told myself that I was still sleeping, that it had been a dream. It's a long flight. She must have been exhausted, someone else said, and I remembered. Aunt Mary, the little white farmhouse with the big Christmas tree, Ethan, Iceland, Huldah. I threw off the covers and bolted upright in bed. The sun was too bright, burning through the white lace curtains that covered the windows. It felt like a spotlight, and I knew I had to get away, to get out of there before someone looked too closely, asked too many questions. By now, it would be obvious that I hadn't shown up in New York, and people would be looking for me. If they found Huldah, they could find Ethan, and if they found Ethan, they'd find me. What are we running from? Huldah! Aunt Mary called from the door. Good, you're awake. Come on downstairs, hun. Everyone's waiting. Okay, Everyone? Turns out I just thought I'd met all of Ethan's family. Clint and Mary had a younger sister who had a set of identical twin girls a year behind Emily in school, so they're 11. They stared at me in stereo. It felt like something from a horror movie as they tilted their heads in unison and asked, Do we know you? When we had mentioned New York and LA, I immediately was thinking, oh, are we famous? And then someone telling us what to do that sounds like a momager or an agent. But now, the 11-year-olds thinking they know us, my dudes, I think we're a Disney star. Oops. This is if Hannah Montana had an Icelandic twin moment. That's what this story is, I think. Plot twist? Yeah, I'm calling it that we're some sort of famous, and that's where those twins know us from. Because we say, nope, sorry, one of those faces, I said, and moved on through the crowd. Clint's older brother had 3 daughters, 2 of whom were already married, one of whom had a baby of her own, a baby boy of her own. The names and faces all ran together. The kitchen was a blur of smiles and hugs and plates full of eggs and biscuits and gravy. So much gravy, I started to shake. Huldah, why don't you tell us about your family? I heard the question, but I didn't know who'd asked it. How was your flight, Huldah? Someone else asked. What do you like to do? How do you like Oklahoma? Have you ever been on a ranch? The questions swirled around me so fast that I was almost dizzy. Aunt Mary's hand was on my arm. Honey, have you called home? Does your mama know you made it? My mom is... I started, but I couldn't finish. I need to go to the bathroom, I blurted, and ran for the tiny room and locked the door. There was a narrow window, and before I even had time to think, I pushed open the glass and threw a leg over the edge. I was halfway down when I heard a deep voice say, Good morning. The voice made me freeze. I dangled from the window. My feet didn't touch the ground, but I didn't have the upper body strength to pull myself back up again, so I just hung there, listening to Ethan laugh until I finally gave up and asked, How far is it? 2 hands gripped my waist. "Drop," Ethan said, and I did. "Well, thank you." I tried to sound as cool as possible as I pushed my hair out of my eyes. It had snowed overnight, and I shivered without a coat, but Ethan was in his boots and jeans, a heavy jacket, and very worn gloves. I have to ask, did we have time to, get dressed, no longer in our pajamas, or were we wearing our clothes from last night? And if we got dressed, did we have clothes in our backpack, or are we pulling Hulda's clothes? In which case, what kind of outfit did we put together? What did she have? I'm very curious about the luggage swap. It's very intriguing to me. Did we not give Hulda any clothes? I feel we definitely should have tried to talk about luggage. Anyway, okay. He looked at me, eyes mocking. "Does your room not have a door? It wasn't nice of Aunt Mary to put you in a room without a door." You thought you'd run away this morning," he said. "Better than running away last night, at least, I'll give you that. But if I know Aunt Mary, there's gravy inside. A person should never run away from Aunt Mary's gravy." "I'm not allowed to eat gravy," I wanted to say. See, that's a problem. But that feels very much like someone that's keeping us in a certain frame. Anyway, I wanted to say, but instead I asked, "How far is it to the nearest town?" "Define town?" I glared at him. I thought I was the one who was supposed to have English as a second language. "Bethlehem is 3 miles that way." He pointed to the east. "Bethlehem?" I practically rolled my eyes. "At Christmas. Perfect." "It's not much of a town, though, just a post office and a Baptist church. If you mean town with a grocery store and a school, you'll have to go 40 miles that way." This time he pointed due north. "If you need a movie theater, Walmart, or hospital, well then, that is 60 miles that way." This time he pointed to the south. "And as you saw last night, the nearest airport is in Oklahoma City, which is literally hours away. So tell me, not Hulda, what kind of town exactly are you needing?" Well, damn it. I walked away from him toward the fence. Sunlight bounced off the smooth white hills, and I squinted against the glare. I needed a cab, a hotel, a different life. I would have given anything for a different life. "Real Hulda texted me, by the way," Ethan yelled after me. "She made it to New York." Are we going to tell this guy our name? Yeah, I want to know anything about us, but... Oh, wait. We can't. We're famous. Yeah, I do think that's a piece of it. Anyway, Ooh, Hulda update. Yeah. I spun on him. "Did she..." I trailed off as I realized I couldn't exactly ask. "Did she see anyone waiting for me? Did they find her? Do they know where I am?" So I didn't say anything at all. But something shifted in Ethan's eyes. Like the wind, he was growing colder. His heart was freezing over, and this wasn't the adventure it had been the night before. Now, in the light of morning, Ethan was worried, and I couldn't blame him. "Who are you?" He covered the distance between us in 3 long strides. "What are you doing here? Who are you running from?" "No one, nothing." The cold metal of the fence pressed through my shirt as I stepped back. Okay, so we are pinned. "Then tell me why I shouldn't march in there right now and have my parents call the police or the FBI or whoever you're supposed to call when there's a stray teenage girl who needs to be taken back to her parents." "Is that what you think?" I didn't mean to shout, but I couldn't help it. My nerves had been fraying for days, weeks, years, and right then I felt them starting to snap. "Well, you're wrong, mister. I've got a whole house full of people who love me. My parents are not looking for me. There is absolutely no one who loves me, who is worried about me at this moment. On that, you have my word." "Okay." Ethan took off his hat and ran his hand through his wavy brown hair. "Tell me your name at least. Please, just tell me your name." Even that question wasn't as simple as it should be. 'Cause we're famous. "Lydia," I said after a moment. "You can call me Lydia." "Okay. Hi, Lydia." "Hi." I smiled. So what happens now? Now I've got to go feed. I looked back at the house full of strangers and questions and gravy. Then I looked at the wide open sky and the really cute boy. Want some company? And the story breaks. And this is where I was going to have a little break. So I'm at least going to take a second to hydrate and stretch, as Rinerick told me to do 9 minutes ago, and I meant to do after finishing a paragraph, but I didn't because I kept reading. I'm sorry, I got distracted. Rinerick, hi! Hi! Hydrating. Yes, little hydrate frog. Ugh, big stretches. Okay. What I would really like to hear is all of the Hulda updates. Whenever we've got a trade places, I want to go see the other place. I want to see how Hulda's holding up. Where'd she go? Who's her other boyfriend? Why did she go to the one boyfriend? It's a mess. How exactly did that go? I hope we hear everything in this next chunk, but we'll see. You go there, and then you go over here. Okay. The tires of the old beat-up truck rattled in and out of the deep ruts in the ground. Ethan pushed the clutch and shifted gears, and I thought that it was maybe the single sexiest thing I'd ever seen. Never seen someone with a standard. Okay. He was so confident, so at home and at ease. This was his domain, the cab of his old truck with its big bale of hay and long line of black, hairy cows trailing behind us. They would have followed him to the ends of the earth, I could tell. But Ethan and I stayed quiet in the cab of the truck that, even with the heater blowing at full blast, was still cold. I could see my breath. I put my hands between my knees. Ethan pulled off his gloves and handed them to me. Finally, the silence must have been too much because he flipped on the radio and instantly, music filled the cab. It was supposed to be Oh Holy Night, but there were too many backup singers and the tempo was too fast. It made me want to be sick. Sorry about the station, he said. Emily or the twins must have been in here. They love that teeny bopper stuff. He turned off the radio and I pulled on his gloves. They were still warm inside. That's okay. We're totally one of those teeny boppers. They love that teeny bopper stuff. We're Hannah Montana and I know it. Do you like music? He asked. I used to when I was a kid, but I'm over it now because I'm in the music business and all of my dreams are shattered. Ugh. And now that you're so old, you're over it? He asked with a grin. Yeah, I said, something like that. Exactly like that. How long have you lived here? Suddenly, I was desperate to change the conversation, obviously. Well, I'm 17 now, so 17 years. Has your family always lived here? Aunt Mary already said that she was living in the house that was somebody else's, Yes, they've obviously been here for generations. Come on, us. Are we really this slow? We're always stupid in these. Man. Okay. I'm generation number 5, he said, but the words sounded strange. Not like Ethan had roots tying him to that place. It was more like he had chains. It's nice that you have a big family. They all get to live together and work together. Yeah, I guess. Sorry. Why did you go to Iceland? I don't know where the question came from, but I could also tell that it was the right question, that somehow the answer mattered. Ethan shifted gears again and started over a ridge. The ranch spread out before us, white and clean and stretching for miles. It was the kind of place most people only see in movies and out of airplane windows. I was born here. I'm going to live here and work here for the rest of my life, and someday, if I'm lucky, a long, long time from now, I'm going to die here, and... Well, I guess I just wanted one little part of my life to be not here. and Iceland seemed about as not here as a place could possibly be. Chains? We're finding common ground. Between you and Ethan? What you gotta do with chains, Mask? Oh my god. I don't want to ask. I looked around at the rolling hills, the distant dots of cattle. Here doesn't seem that bad to me. Yeah, Ethan shifted gears again. He didn't face me. What about you? Where is your home? Or is that secret too? No secret, I told him. I don't have a home. What? No? Do you protest too much again? No, the character and Ethan. Ah. Okay. Wait, where's our chains? Like they both feel chained to their homes. Ah. Ah. And that's why we ran. Yes. Okay, I follow now. I understand. Could have clarified invisible chains. Metaphorical chains. Okay, story breaks. It picks up. Hey, honey. Aunt Mary says, that's way too sweet, too southern for... I feel like Oklahoma's... It's got to be gentler with the accent, but I'm going full throttle, okay? Hey, honey, Aunt Mary said when I finally returned to the house. She was kneeling on the living room rug while Emily stood on an ottoman with her arms outstretched, dressed like an angel. We missed you at breakfast. The story brought up Jade and that I was queer. Cloir. I was trying to clear, but Cloir. Oh. Okay. Scrapped. I could have also yelled at you for Theris. One of them has left Theris. Ooh, where's Theris? It sounds cool. I love teasing you for this because you always hit us with the script and the little squinty kitty. Bye. No, don't leave. You're my most vocal mod right now. I'm going to Theris. Oh, okay. Tell me what it's like. Send pictures. I am intrigued. Okay, fine. I guess we'll lose him. I did say I should hand the sword over to Pudgy Tater. I guess I could. I'll send pictures to thou, mother. Mow there? Why would I mow there? Does there have grass? Why am I in charge of mowing there? No, wait! Cause you think I would think that kind of. Oh, you'll stay? Oh, cause I threatened to give sword to Pudgy. Never mind, I'm leaving. I love this delay. Pudgy, get out. I only tease because it's fun. It's not a good excuse, Raymond. I don't care. I hope you don't really leave, Mask. I'm sorry. I'm not that sorry. I'm gonna go back to story, though. Okay. I'm sorry I left without telling you. You had to choose between running off with a handsome cowboy you haven't seen in months or staying in a house full of rowdy strangers. And gravy, I told her. I also ran away from the gravy, which might have been a mistake. Then tomorrow I'll teach you how to make it. Would you like that, Hulda? She looked as if she expected me to protest, or maybe confess. I was officially paranoid. I'm sorry. I'm not that sorry. The bunk! Mask distinct. Oh, we're starting a war when Mask was already hit with a lot of things. That is kicking him while he's down the bonk. Woof. But I'm reading. Distinct. Okay, focus. I was officially paranoid. That's what was going on. I'd probably burn down your house. I guess we don't trust our cooking skills. It takes a lot more than you to turn this place to ash. Aunt Mary, are you done yet? Emily shifted from foot to foot. Stop fidgeting, Aunt Mary commanded, then pulled a straight pin from the puffy band on her wrist and studied Emily's too long costume. Sorry, I'm falling asleep. I'm gonna listen for the rest of the stream till I fall back asleep. I don't think you should apologize, Andy. I should just feel very honored, and I do. Thank you. I am always honored when people fall asleep to my stream. Especially if I'm shouting and being excessively reactive. I'm like, how? But okay. Thank you. Eat well. Take care. We'll see you. I'll be streaming tomorrow, so maybe we'll see you then. Yeah. Okay. I'm tired, Emily complained, but Aunt Mary just cut her eyes up at her. You're not being very angelic, Aunt Mary said. So, Hulda, do you have everything you need? Yes. And are you settling in okay? I guess so. And you know you can come to me, right? If there's anything you want to talk to me at all. Talk to me about anything at all. Stop skipping words, Raven. Of course, I smiled. I lied. No. Okay. Story picks up. If it's possible for real life to turn into a montage from a movie, that's what happened next. Every morning, Ethan knocked on Aunt Mary's door and I went to help him feed. My job was opening the gates. According to Ethan, it was a very important job. Every afternoon, I helped Aunt Mary cook and deliver food to the older people in the community who couldn't get out in the snow. Here, she said the first day, handing me the keys. I don't drive much anymore. Emily and the twins tried to teach me how to two-step. Clint grilled steaks, and we had big, noisy dinners at Ethan's house, with everybody taking turns holding Ethan's cousin's baby. Aunt Mary put me in charge of wrapping presents, and the twins let me hold a baby pig. A baby pig! And through it all, Ethan was there teaching me how to drive a stick shift in the chore truck, teasing me when my boots got so bogged down in mud that I actually stepped out of them and had to walk back to Aunt Mary's on bare feet. He didn't talk about Hulda. He didn't ask me where I was from or why I was running. He didn't look at me like I was a liar or a fraud or a cheat. And for a few days there, I wasn't really Hulda, and I wasn't really me. For a few days, I was just happy. Because for a few days, I had a family. Cries. Okay. Story picks up. Okay. Extra bookmark. You're not supposed to drop there. You've got quite a ways still, but fine. You've got to keep stirring, Aunt Mary told me. It was the day before Christmas Eve, and even though it was below freezing outside, Aunt Mary's kitchen was hot. Steam collected on the windows while the brown concoction on the stove boiled and popped like something in a witch's cauldron. Are you stirring? Aunt Mary asked. Yes, I said. She eyed the boiling caramel. Stir harder. When the caramel began to splatter, Aunt Mary said, Oh, hon, you're going to get that all over your pretty top. Go grab an apron. There was a hook full of aprons in the laundry room, and I grabbed one that was pink and covered with white flowers. But as soon as Aunt Mary saw me, something in her eyes made me stop. What? I asked, then looked down and saw the name embroidered on the pocket. Daisy. Oh, I'm sorry. Is this your daughter's? Yes, it is, but you wear it, Aunt Mary said. She'd want you to wear it. When I started pulling my hair up into a ponytail, Aunt Mary asked, Did anyone ever tell you your hair looks nice away from your face? I swallowed hard and nodded. My mom. Do you miss her, sweetie? We can call her, or... No, I said too quickly. I mean, it's okay, the time difference. You know, it can wait. The back door slammed open as Emily yelled, Aunt Mary! Boots, Aunt Mary said, but Emily was already pulling off her muddy boots and leaving them by the back door. Aunt Mary, do you have any potatoes? She asked. Why? Aunt Mary sounded skeptical, but Emily cut her eyes at me. You'll see. What the fuck are we doing to the potatoes? Oh, I think it's gonna be something sweet. Yeah, No, don't talk about my mom. It was very obvious. And why have we not asked about Daisy or husband? Oh, I'm sorry, how do they pass? If you don't mind me asking, that kind of talk. We're just gonna ignore. I mean, that's fair. It's a fair enough choice. But, I'm curious as hell what happened to Daisy. Because it sounds like she passed away, not just moved out. Okay. Story head broke. It picks up. Surprise! Emily and Susan yelled in unison when we arrived at Ethan's house that night. There was another sign. This one hung in the dining room announcing, Happy Thorlaxmessa, Hulda. Clearly Icelandic, probably for Christmas. What is all this? I asked. Well, we know it must be hard for you to be away from your family at Christmas, Aunt Mary said. The holidays are always hard without your family. Maybe I was imagining things, but it felt like the room changed as she said it. For a second, no one could meet anyone else's gaze. So, Mary went on, we thought we'd bring a little bit of Iceland to you. They've known us a few days. They probably don't want to talk to us about it very much. It's true, but it's the kind of thing, she brought it up. I don't know. And outside of the suspension of disbelief, story, tell me more. Don't leave me questioning. But okay. So we thought we'd bring a little bit of Iceland to you. Oh, yay! I tried, only then did I really look around the room. There were shoes sitting in all the windows. Yes, shoes. Sinister-looking Santas lined the center of the table, and a pile of potatoes was arranged on a serving tray like some kind of strangely festive centerpiece. Wow, someone went to a lot of trouble. Well, of course we did, silly. It's St. Thorlacker's Day, Ethan's mom said. Then she grew serious. Am I saying that correctly? Yeah, Hulda, Ethan said. Is she saying that correctly? Okay, you do not need to cause problems right now, Ethan. Raven is saying that with the accent because, goddamn it, Ethan, you were helping her before. Don't ruin this. What the fuck? You don't need to do it publicly. Sir. Ethan, you mean? I know he's just teasing, but this is very likely a very difficult moment and could make or break. Anyway. Yes, very good, I told her, and Susan beamed. Ethan smiled like he was about to choke on the canary he'd just eaten. Sit, sit, Aunt Mary ushered us all into chairs. Part of the fun of hosting an exchange student is learning about their home culture, so we thought we'd have you teach us all about Christmas in Iceland. Yes. What a treat. I have to teach, 'cause that's totally chill and not a whole-ass job. Okay. Hulda is an expert on Christmas in Iceland, Ethan said, moving away before I could kick him under the table. We did a little research online, Susan said, but we still have so many questions. Yeah, Emily said, like what's the deal with all the shoes? Yes, Hulda, Ethan leaned back in his chair. Tell us all about the shoes. Oh, well, I started slowly. The shoes are really fascinating. I looked back to the windows. The shoes that sat on every ledge. We put them in the windows, you see. Oh, we do see, Ethan nodded. But why, Hulda? Why are the shoes in the windows? Oh, yes, thank you for bonking Ethan. He deserves a good solid bonk. And a few more after that. Well, that's because in olden times, people would forget their shoes, and people left extra shoes in windows, and that way travelers could find shoes when they needed them, because Iceland is a hard place to live without, shoes. Land of ice, I added seriously. I thought Greenland was the one covered by ice, Clint said. That too. I said, yeah, that's the whole joke. Greenland is the one more icy. Iceland is the one more green. Why does Santa look so scary? One of the twins was eyeing the little red-clad man who sat in front of her, staring at her like he might be an axe murderer. Iceland is not icy. I mean, it's still gonna get icy at times, for sure, but Greenland is the one that's like almost always ice versus Iceland being the one that is a good deal more green. Iceland is the one that has more volcanic islands. It's fun. Why does Santa look so scary? We are so cooked. We are so cooked. We are not pulling off this lie. I just know it. Ethan needs to be helping. She should be going like, well, actually, I taught Ethan a fair deal, and I want to see how much he remembers. Did he not teach you any? Bad Ethan. I taught him so much before he left for here again. Anyway, okay. Why does Santa look so scary? He looks like an axe murderer. That's a great question, Ethan said. Tell us, Hulda, why does Santa look so scary? That's not Santa, Emily said. He's one of the Yule lads. Yule lads, I blurted as if I'd come up with the answer all on my own. That's who that is. I guess they're kind of like our Santa. How many are there? Clint asked. 9, I said. Why did we guess 9? But Emily was already crinkling her brow. I thought there were 12, she asked. Well, maybe it varies in different parts of the country, Ethan said. Right, Hulda? Okay, so finally Ethan is trying to cover our ass a little bit, but Ethan still. Right, I agreed. Some places there are 12, but where I live there are 9 because the other 3 died because they forgot their shoes. Jesus Christ. Everyone at the table nodded as if that made perfect sense. Isn't that exciting? We have our own traditions, you know, Aunt Mary said. Nothing fancy, but you can't live in a community called Bethlehem and not have a few Christmas traditions. There's about to be 8. Are you implying Ethan's a Yule lad? I don't think he is. She laughed. We all meet at the church on Christmas Eve. There's a live nativity. That means real goats and lots of small children dressed like wise men, Ethan clarified as his aunt went on. And we sing carols and read the Christmas story, and everyone gets a sack of candy. That sounds nice, I said, but something about it made me feel sick, like I was going to contaminate them all with my presence, with my lies. I pushed away from the table. I just had to get out of there. I had to get away. I have a headache. I'm so sorry. Ethan, Clint said, take her home. Outside, the story picks up. Outside, the cold air burned my lungs. The sky was so clear and bright, too bright for 3 hours after sundown. No matter how long I stayed there, I would never get used to seeing so many stars. You okay? Ethan asked, but I couldn't breathe, much less speak. I've got to tell them, I finally choked out. They're so nice. They're going to hate me. They're going to hate you. I have to tell them right now. Tonight, And he interrupts. No, Ethan shook his head, firm in his resolve, sorry. Tell them now, and you'll break Aunt Mary's heart right before Christmas. She won't care about that. Her husband and her daughter will be home soon. But the look in Ethan's eyes cut me off. It wasn't shock. It was absolute sorrow. Gosh, Liddy, I thought you knew. Knew what? See, I knew we'd get the info. Why the hell is she so dim to think that they were coming home? They died, he said, about 1.5 years ago. Car accident. Only 1.5 years ago? Oh no. I heard Aunt Mary's words. I don't drive much anymore. Oh, because it was a car accident. This is only her second Christmas without them, Ethan finished. And I felt like someone hit me in the gut. I thought of Aunt Mary's hugs, her empty house, of the tree and Hulda's handmade stocking. It was one of the reasons why I thought Hulda coming was such a good idea, Ethan told me. Aunt Mary doesn't like to be alone, and the holidays are so hard. Yeah, of course. I wish I'd realized. I would have... No, don't change anything, okay? She gets enough sympathy from everybody else. It's nice having someone who doesn't treat her like she's fragile. She hasn't been this happy ever since the accidents. If you tell her now, it'll crush her. It's true. So important to not be treated too much like you're breakable. She's going to find out eventually, Ethan. It's not like I can stay here. Eventually, I'm gonna have to leave. We don't want you to leave, okay? He ran his hand through his hair again. I don't want you to leave. Don't tell me you fell in love with fake Hulda. This story is making me feel so much more than the other ones I was here for. Oh, the last one really hurt me. There was a moment. Oh my gosh, you're gonna have to watch the VOD, Mask. Oh, it's a good one. I was yelling a bunch. Because we started out so mean, our character. Oh my gosh. And she was so stupid to think that people didn't love her. And the guy that we were there with, freaking golden retriever of a man. I actually thought he was going to end up being a magic elf. I thought we were going supernatural like our weird ghost man. And I'm fairly disappointed that we've only had Ghost Man and Krampus Man so far. No, trust me, those are still fair. Those are fair. These are things that were off the bat pretty obvious. She was pouty and mean and assuming the dark, like, so snippy. And then the guy was right off the bat. That had to be our love interest. And I was like, oh, he's so sweet, and I think he's magic. But it slowly became less and less likely that he was magic. So it's fair to just, yeah, he's not. Disappointing that way, but anyway. We were at, don't change, it'll crush her. She's gonna find out eventually, Ethan. I don't want you to leave. I didn't realize how close we were standing or how warm his hands were on my arms. I didn't see the way our breath mingled in the cold air. I didn't realize I was falling until it was too late, probably because I never hit the ground. Oh, I thought we were literally falling. Falling in love, we meant. Ooh. It was a fall of faith, of hope, of, if you want to be technical about it, love, or something like it. And then Ethan's lips were on mine, and I pressed against the warmth of his strong chest, his arms around me, holding me tight. And I wasn't running away anymore. I was running toward this moment, this place, this boy. Just wait until after Christmas, okay? Ethan pulled away and stared into my eyes. Everything will look different after Christmas. And I nodded, perfectly content to go on living with the lie. You should probably study up on Iceland then if you're going to keep doing Hulda things, and you probably should have done that already. Pulled out a phone and started Googling immediately. Unless we don't have a phone, which, why the heck do we not have our phone? Oh wait, no, yeah, we pulled out our battery and changed it. People would probably be tracking us. Ooh, right. Well. We probably could have told them, hey, can we go to a mall? I need to get a burner phone. I want a phone for while I'm here. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Okay. Anyways, we pick up with, on Christmas Eve, Ethan picked me up to take me to the church that sat between a wheat field and a pasture. It was tiny and white with a steeple climbing up into the sky. By the time Ethan parked the truck, the church bells were already chiming. Come on. He took my hand. We're late. Together we ran, laughing toward the doors, but as soon as we stepped inside, I straightened and stopped. Ethan's hand was still on mine, though, as we stood at the back of the crowded room. Hulda! Ethan! Ethan's mom whispered, motioning over to where the family was saving us a pair of seats. Good evening, everyone. I looked up and for the first time noticed Aunt Mary standing behind the pulpit, a hymnal in her hands. Is she the frickin' pastor? Or is she just doing a reading or something? Merry Christmas, she said. The entire congregation echoed her. Merry Christmas. The room was lit entirely by candles and the white twinkle lights of half-dozen Christmas trees. Mistletoe hung on the end of every one of the old-fashioned pews. It wasn't like walking into a church. It was like walking back in time. The people of Bethlehem had been celebrating Christmas tree in that way for 100 years. There was a comfort in knowing they would probably celebrate it that way for 100 more. Well, the lights on the trees, I think, are electronic. Or electric. What the electron? Either, you get what I'm saying. You okay? Ethan whispered, and I nodded. At the front of the room, a pianist began to play. Let's begin with hymn number 101, Aunt Mary said as Ethan and I sat down at the end of his family's pew. There was a fluttering of noise as people picked up songbooks and turned to the page, but I didn't need to see the music. I knew every word, every note, and yet when Aunt Mary sang "O Holy Night," there was no way I could join in. The stars are brightly shining. Suddenly, I wasn't in that little church in the middle of nowhere. I was in a hospital room singing for the small, frail woman on the bed. I was picking out the song on my keyboard. I was watching her eyes fill with tears as she asked me to sing it again. It is the night of the dear Savior's birth. I was glad for the dim lights and crowded room. No one was watching me. No one noticed how my eyes began to water and my hands began to shake. And most of all, no one looked at me and expected me to dance or sing. Oh, we are so Hannah Montana. No one in that room cared if I ever sang again. And I don't remember the tone to this line. I'm sorry. Long lay the world in sin, and Aunt Mary's voice cracked. The words faltered. She moved her lips, but no sound came out as her face turned white and she seemed lost, frozen. This was Daisy's favorite, she said after a while, her voice so soft it was barely a whisper. It was like Aunt Mary was lost in a fog of memory and regret and the realization that she would never again share that hymn with her daughter. The pianist kept playing, but no one sang. No one moved. Ethan's mother wiped her eyes, and I felt the overwhelming wave of emotion that was rushing through the room. It was about to overtake us, and when the pianist repeated the chorus, I felt it overtake me. It was like when I offered Hulda my ticket. I didn't make the decision to stand. I didn't will myself to sing, but before I knew it, I was standing, walking to the front of the room. Why are you walking to the front of the room? You're making it all about you when you're supposed to pretend you haven't sung. You cannot sing. Fall on your knees. The words came pouring out of me, my voice filling the tiny church as I stared into Aunt Mary's eyes and realized she was no longer crying. She held out her hand, and I took it and sang louder. Oh, hear the angel voices. I sang like I hadn't sung in years, and I kept singing. I sang for the joy of it, for the moment and the music and for me. I sang for Aunt Mary and Daisy and for all the people who couldn't sing anymore. I sang because not singing would never bring them back, but singing might make us all remember. Friggin' heck. I sang because that is what I do when I am happy and when I'm sad. I sang because it is who I am when I am being the best possible version of me. I sang because I wasn't alone as I held Aunt Mary's hand. I sang because it was Christmas. Story breaks and it picks up. I feel like this one could have been directly. We didn't need to do a break, but when the song was over, I went back to sit by Ethan, who had his phone out. He was looking between it and me as if something didn't quite make sense. Oh yeah, the second we started singing, everybody knew who it was. And I want to offer that the small, frail woman on the bed, hospital room, I think that we visited Aunt Mary, and that's why she was giving us a look. I think she knew who we were too, and because we visited her in the hospital after the car accident when she lost her husband and daughter. But that is a theory, no confirmation. But here we are when, bam, it's you. One of the twins spun around and looked at me from the next pew. Her voice was almost vibrating. We knew it was you. We knew. Huldah. Ethan's voice was cold, and I could tell he wasn't calling me by my fake name. He wasn't acting along. Instead, he held out his phone so I could read the message on the screen. Oh, he's not looking up who we are. From Huldah. Tell Liddy they're coming. So that the text says, Huldah, tell Liddy they're coming. Oh, they're coming for her. What are you doing here? The other twin asked. How did you meet Ethan? Where? And then... But I couldn't make out the words. The packed room was suddenly freezing. I swear I felt a chill, and when I looked up, I saw someone standing by the back door of the church. His hair had been blown askew by the strong wind. He wore a dark overcoat and a red scarf, Italian loafers that were perfectly polished. He didn't belong in that place, in that world, but I also knew that there was no way he was leaving. Who's Liddy? Ethan's voice sounded 1,000 miles away. Look at me. He took my arm. Who's Liddy? I am, I had to admit. You said your name was Lydia. It is. It was. My mother called me Liddy. I met his gaze. Ethan. I'm Liddy Chambers. I waited for the words to sink in, for the name to mean something, but Ethan just asked, who? And I could have kissed him. It's not the mafia, it's our manager or some shit. Okay, Ethan, Liddy and Lydia are close enough, right? Okay. He didn't scream my name or roll his eyes. I was neither adored nor abhorred by that boy in that moment, and I think I might have loved him for it just a little. What does Huldah mean, they're coming? He asked. She's wrong. I shook my head and looked at the man who stood by the doors, glaring at me. They're here. We are famous. I told you the twins knew who we were. And I do think Aunt Mary knows. She probably didn't know who we were, but was like, I think I've met you. And it was that the visit in the hospital, probably. Okay, story breaks. It picks up. I wasn't looking as Emily walked down the center aisle, moving to the front of the church, but she sounded like an angel as she began to read the Christmas story from the book of Mark. The lights dimmed even further. Little boys dressed like shepherds were carrying baby goats and taking their place at the front of the room. Oh, baby goats! They're real live baby goats. It's so exciting. Okay, but it felt like I was in a trance as I eased away from Ethan and his family, clinging to the shadows before I slipped outside. The man who followed didn't offer me a hug. He didn't ask if I was okay or tell me how worried he had been. Oh, that's our dad, maybe. Or maybe just manager, I don't know. No, the first words out of his mouth were, "Did you know you had a show tonight?" "Didn't you see? I just did one," I shot back. He grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the helicopter that was sitting in a nearby field waiting for us. A helicopter, Derek? I rolled my eyes. Really? Subtle. Come on, we're leaving. No, I shouted. I have to say goodbye. I have to. Lydia! Ethan's voice sliced through the clear night air. Wait! It was all I could do to pull away from Derek long enough to look back. Who are you? Aunt Mary was half a step behind Ethan and closing the gap between us quickly. Where are you taking her? That child is my responsibility. Aunt Mary looked and sounded like a force of nature, and Derek might have recoiled a little if there hadn't been so much riding on that moment. Riding on me. He puffed out his chest and spat, No, she's not, and she's leaving this place. Now. Huldah, what's going on here? Clint had appeared at his sister's side. Is this man bothering you? Clint, he's trying to take her away, Aunt Mary explained. Are you her father? Clint asked, and Derek laughed. I'm her legal guardian. Derek eyed Clint in his starched Wranglers and Carhartt coat. And you, sir, are going to get out of our way before I have you arrested for kidnapping. Kidnapping? Clint shouted. They didn't know. I wedged myself in between Clint and Derek. I ran away. I pretended to be an exchange student named Hulda. I lied, and they took me in. The church was quickly emptying. This is the talk of their tiny town. Let me tell you, they're going to be talking about this for years. Oh my gosh. The church was quickly emptying, and it seemed as if all of Bethlehem now gathered around us. I kept waiting for someone to make a "what child is this?" joke, but no one said anything. That's a good one. We had all said too much already. The gossip. My name is Lydia, I told them. Liddy Chambers. The night was clear and cold, and my breath fogged as I struggled to make sense of all that had happened. And that was when I heard the singing. It was my own voice, but not the song they play on the radio. It was the version of "Oh Holy Night" I'd recorded in Mom's hospital room 3 years before. Oh no, it was our mom we sang to. Never mind, it wasn't Aunt Mary. It was the song that was played 10 million times on YouTube. It was the reason Derek and the record company came calling. We're not Miley Cyrus. We're baby Mariah Carey. Oh my God. We're Mariah Carey. We get thawed out for Christmas. If we got famous for "Oh Holy Night" like that, oh my God. Okay. And when Mom got really sick, when we could no longer ignore the fact that she wouldn't be around to raise me, that song was a big reason why she made Derek my guardian, why she thought she was giving me my dream. It's her! One of the twins held up her phone, playing the video for everyone else to see. See, it's really her. It's Liddy Chambers. No, Ethan shook his head. It's Lydia. Derek made a motion in the air, and in the pasture beside the church, the helicopter turned on its blades. Snow began to spin, filling the night sky with a swirling white. Derek started toward the chopper, but I was staring at Ethan and his family. Liddy, Derek yelled, now! I took a few steps, then looked back. I was glad for the spinning snow and dark night. I didn't want them to see the tears that filled my eyes as I said, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I lied, and... Oh, honey, Aunt Mary said, you think we didn't figure out that you weren't Icelandic girl named Hulda? You think we weren't onto you ages ago? Oh, honey, I'm not fucking stupid. Mary, I love you. So that's why Ethan teased her, because everybody knew. Fucking hell. Okay, a little bit more room for Ethan. I love these people. This is fun. You were? I didn't know whether to feel hurt or relieved. Why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you send me away? I'm Oklahomic, not moronic. Yeah, I am Icelandic, not moronic. I'm Oklahomic, not moronic. I'm still gonna throw him. Okay, go ahead. He's a big, beefy Oklahoma boy, though, so good luck. It's not like when I easily punted Andy earlier. No. Joke, I promise. Okay. You were? I didn't know whether to feel hurt or relieved. Why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you send me away? Sweetheart, when you lose someone, you lose a little bit of yourself, too. I wasn't sure if Aunt Mary was talking about what happened to her or what happened to me, but it didn't matter. It was true in any case. And that missing piece? Sometimes you have to lose the rest of yourself to find it. Besides, she cut her eyes at Derek, I'm pretty sure I would have run away, too. Which was Aunt Mary's way of saying, that dude fucking sucks. He will throw me. Ooh, okay. Derek buttoned his coat and gathered his scarf as it blew wildly in the air. I'm her guardian, and she's coming with me. Derek reached for me again, but I jerked away. You're not my guardian, you're my manager, I yelled. I knew it was just manager. As if that could make any of them see the difference. I'm an act to you, a property. I sing and dance, and my mom was dying. She was sick and scared, and we were broke. That's why she granted you custody. Even though it hurt to admit it, not to the people of Bethlehem, but to myself, I had to say, my mom didn't know what was best for me. Liddy, get in the chopper now before I call the authorities, Derek warned. You mean the sheriff? Aunt Mary asked. Then she pointed to a man in the crowd. That's him right there. Let's ask him. Hi, Ben. Oh my gosh. That was the guy in the last story's name, Ben. Hey, Mary, you need some help? Sheriff asked. No thanks, I've got this. Hell yeah, you do, Mary. That's corruption, Derek said. That's corruption? Hi, Ben. Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, let's ask the county judge. Aunt Mary turned to the woman who had been playing the piano. Your Honor, that's our pianist. The judge is a pianist. The judge gathered her hands together and studied me. I see no reason to remove this child from your care, Mary. I'm certainly not letting her leave with some man we don't know, and since the courts are adjourned for the holidays, I see no choice but to allow her to remain with you at least through Christmas. Auntie owns this town. More like this town is 5 people. So, of course, everyone knows each other, and if people see the woman that is grieving and had this one kid that she started to take into her house being pulled away by somebody that she's very clearly not wanting to go with, of course they're all gonna be, yeah, I can't let that happen, sir. Goodbye. Okay. This is ridiculous, Derek scoffed. She's Liddy Chambers, and I'm her legal guardian. When the press hears about what, Derek? I snapped. That I ran away from you? That you had no idea where I was for almost a week and never notified the authorities? That my mother was under the influence of so many painkillers when she gave you custody that she couldn't even remember her own name? Huh? Tell me exactly what you're going to tell the press, because there are a few things I'd like to tell them too. Hell yeah, Liddy. Lit into him. Liddy, Derek lowered his voice, pleading, come with me now, and we'll forget this ever happened. Do you want to go with him? Aunt Mary asked, but it was Ethan who found my gaze and kept it. Do you? He asked, and I couldn't deny the truth, the reason why I never could stop running. Oh, the press, they're right here. Yeah, but the tiny town press, not very reliable. That one did have to be Liddy's to yell at, unfortunately. Yeah, dude bro that runs the blog that only 3 people read is not gonna quite hold the weight. Yeah. Okay, so if I don't go, he'll come back. I thought about what Ethan had asked me the night we met. I'm worth a lot of money to them. Oh, honey, Aunt Mary said, don't you know you're worth more than money to us? You had your little break, Liddy. Now stop kidding yourself. You want to be a star. You can't give that up, Derek said. It was almost like a dare. You're right. I used to love music. I used to love singing and playing and making people happy. That made me happy, but I didn't know what happy was then. And you do now? Derek sounded like he would have laughed if he hadn't been so inconvenienced. He didn't know what I know, about the way Aunt Mary's house smells when she cooks bacon, or how the cold wind feels on your face when you do chores at 6 a.m, slapping you awake as if, until then, you had been sleepwalking your whole life. If he'd only looked up, he could have seen how big the sky really is and how easy it was to get lost there. Even if she was to be famous, sure it isn't you. Yeah. I will choose any manager but you, Derek. You're being a dickhead. Yeah. Now I know what real stars look like, I told him. I'm sick of the imitations. I felt the townspeople gathering around me, but it wasn't an angry mob. It was a blanket, a shelter, and slowly, Derek backed away because it was an angry mob against Derek, duh. Enjoy your Christmas, Liddy. I'll be back, he called. I'll be back to get you. The helicopter rose and disappeared in the blackness as I stood, surrounded by the entire town of Bethlehem. The stars were so bright overhead that a part of me couldn't help but wonder if they'd led me there, guided me to that place in time. Well, Hulda guided you there, but sure, go ahead, blame the stars. Okay. So, Liddy, Aunt Mary said, I was thinking that, if you wanted, you could stay with me permanently. The judge thinks we can get your custody situation changed if you want that. When did you have time to ask the judge? Okay, but anyway. You don't have to decide right now, of course. It's just that, yes! I felt tears stinging my eyes again. This time for entirely different reasons. Yes, please. Doing an evil laugh and monologue, yeah. Judge is right there, but they didn't have time to have a conversation. I guess they must have just shared a look, probably. But anyway, yeah, he nearly did, but he did say, I'll be back, for, that feels very you and your little dog, too, energy, so not far from an evil monologue. Okay. Aunt Mary pulled me into a tight hug, but I couldn't stop looking at the boy standing just over her shoulder. When Aunt Mary released me, he said, "You're staying." It wasn't a question. "I'm staying," I said. "No more running." Ethan shook his head and stepped closer. "No more running," I said, and then he kissed me. And then he held me close, and I looked up at the stars over Bethlehem, knowing I'd come home. The end. Good news, Cage. We are going to bed. You don't have to stay up. You can go. You should not have been up this late. You have work at 10 a.m. Oh no. So go ahead. LaHonk, are you still here? LaHonk. If there is still a goose, I am bad. You are irresponsible. Yeah, a little bit. I wish you luck with that. I don't want you to be too tired at work, so please go bed. If LaHonk is not here or is asleep, I'm going to refund the water jar he redeemed 38 minutes ago. If he is here, I'm going to ask if we can still refund it and do it tomorrow because, yeah. I think there's gonna need to come a week or two where I neglect my streams, hobbies, and mod duties and go to bed at a strict time every night. Yes, please. But Cage, you could also do I mod until then, or just neglect mod duties for whenever you want to. Because guess what? I don't keep attendance, even for my mods. You're free. Go. Look after yourself. In fact, if since you say this, I think I'm going to yell at you in the new year to do specifically that, at least for a week in January. At least a week. I might yell at you to get out for a month. You're only allowed to watch my VODs. Which would be good so that you can tell me if there's something keeps it. I keep attendance internally. I know you do. I remember when you're like, I wasn't there. How dare you? And I was sorry about that. But at the same time, come on. You gotta look after yourself. Okay. LaHonk has not responded, so I assume LaHonk is gone. I will refund. LaHonk will request water jar another time. Take back your ribbits, goose. And now, Fett, where the heck are we raiding away to? Also, I love your little shrimp. I just realized I saw it was a pretty purple tuck, but I didn't look at it closely. He's a little shrimp we're tucking in. That's so cute. Okay. LaHonk is la dead. Oh no, I hope not. I be Chi-Chi! Yay! Oh, LaHonk flew away on a helicopter, as the rest of our bad guys do. Yeah. Personal theory. LaHonk tries to be literally everywhere all at once and implodes temporarily. We haven't been there in a while. No, we haven't been there in a while. But you also do the be everywhere at once. Do you explode? Okay. I be Cheech. I be Cheech. Yeah, them. Take me there. The temporal goose. That's good. That's a good one. Okay, let's copy the raid message if it'll cooperate. There we go. I had to double check. Thank you everybody for watching. We're gonna We're gonna raid over. Oh, she's in the northern lights, starry skies, snowy trees, and that funky, super real model She's doing the hands. She's cool. Anyway, I'm excited. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for the resubs, the people that did that. Thank you to the new followers. Oh, and I've been crying for a while. I forgot to turn off my cries. I didn't even turn that off. I'm done crying, I promise. One more story tomorrow. That is from the book. And more stories soon, hopefully. Very excited. All right. Eat well, everyone. Especially get to bed, kids. And, oh, I just see. I toned down on that to the point I feel bad neglecting other people's. Oh, you're okay. This time of year, time of day. In this part of the country, localized entirely within your kitchen. Why do you do this every time? There you are, Lahonk. We skipped your water jar. I refunded you. You'll have to request it tomorrow because I thought you were gone. Sorry. Okay, bye-bye. Thank you. Yeah! Rating! Is it going? Is it going? I think it's going. It's not going. Oh, no, it's going. Okay, bye.